Hello. Welcome back to Strange Hungers. Each of you, in your individual rooms, find yourselves pulled down into a sweet, dreamless sleep. And you may all gain the benefits of a long rest. An excellent long rest, one that will restore all of your hit points, your hit dice, any spell slots, etc.
Yeehaw!
Love a long rest.
Give me that long rest, baby. Thank God. I was at 9 hit points.
Yes. The Horquill cottages have a variety of resources that are available, especially to certain students who may be partaking in interesting arcane experiments at the cottage. So if any of you need any salve, bandages, etc., you are able to go up to a front desk and get them, which is why you are able to heal up to full over the course of this night. Barden, do you make your way back to the Horquill cottages to sleep for this long rest that is occurring, or do you fall asleep in the silver study?
I like the idea that they fall asleep in the study by accident. Just like half on one, like top half of the body on like a couch, just try not to draw on books.
Lovely. Then you are awoken by light streaming in through purple shaded windows or blue shaded windows. Interesting. Very, very interesting. If there are any rolls that any of you need to make at the top of this day or any preparations that you need to do, let me know how those go.
I rolled a 3 on my d4. Killing it.
Big, you think it's going to be a good day today. As you wake up. You do find, as some of you are, rising, getting ready for the day, there is, as I said, like a running water system in these cottages here. Seems like Kiara is sleeping in today. You can hear sort of a soft, like, snoring.
There's no garden to wake her up.
No. But she also did, party a little bit more than some of you last night and did purchase that pitcher of beer, so wonder how much of that went down her throat. So she is sleeping in. Today is the 26th of Ruo, I believe it is. The first moon of the planet Neum is no longer full. Varun is not full. So we are transitioning a little bit more into the season of Whisper Wet. Again, sort of the start of fall, but it is going to get colder and colder and colder. What would you all like to do?
Go ahead.
No. You go.
I would say as soon as Awaish wakes, feels how good they feel, sits up, and something that slipped their mind just in the tumult of yesterday and the not feeling very good of yesterday, and they reach into their pack and pull out the Navy book that was gifted to them by Siren.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to, just first thing in the morning, cast Identify on it.
Ooh.
All right. Are you casting this as a ritual?
As a ritual, yes.
Okay. Will you give me an Arcana check?
Absolutely love to. Come on, little Awaish die. Okay, that's a 17.
Interesting. You go through the process very familiar to you, pulling runes out of Darren, laying him side by side, this other book. As you're turning it over and examining it over the course of those 10 minutes, this is a Navy book. The cover is slightly embossed with these like stars a little bit. no kind of text or any, runic engravings on the front. You begin to open it up and pour through it. And as you're looking through it, you can see most of it is blank. It's a very nice parchment, definitely some kind of very high quality paper, very nice construction. It does look like there are maybe 15 to 20 pages at the very beginning of this book where a very elegant handwriting has begun to sketch out some runic circles. There are some passages that are in Susaroon, some that are... Do you read Infernal?
No.
Some that are written in a language that you do not understand. Some notes or scribblings that are written in Common, or as it might be called in different regions, Jurian, or different names for what Common is in different countries, as well as sketches, like artistic sketches, a few of different birds. Some that look like maybe sketches for tattoos that you saw on Siren. You see sketched out eyes, or hands, or feathers. Your identify spell tells you that this is an arcane grimoire, which is a book that you can attune to that will give you a +1 to your spell attacks, your spellcasting modifier, etc. Interestingly, though, it is not quite complete. It has the potential to be an arcane grimoire, but if you wanted to actually attune to it, you have to spend downtime getting this book prepared to do that. So this is an item that you can sink downtime into and possibly combine with Darren to make both him more powerful and your spellcasting more powerful. But with that Arcana check, you're very perceptive, Oish. Pouring through the pages, maybe, you pulling some runes over, scratching some notes in one of the pages, and you notice that the color of the ink changes slightly on one or two particular pages. And I think you pick up just sort of a sense, a hint, a flavor that there's something else going on with this book. And you did beat his spellcasting modifier. So anything that you write in this book, any spell that you put in here, will be able to be read or viewed by Siren. You think that there's some kind of connection, possibly between this book and another book, that will allow him to read any spells you put into it.
Oish chuckles a little bit just like that, pulls up a finger and lights it blue, and then turns to an empty page and writes, it's a little bit of a low trick to not tell me.
The color of the ink does that sort of same shimmer shift. And you just see a dot, wink, smile in ink appear underneath.
Mm-hmm.
You up?
You up? Oish looks over to Darren and says, how would you like a little bit of a leg up?
I don't have legs.
Figure of speech, Darren.
Absolutely. Looks delicious.
Let's get to work. And Oish will spend time on this until people are like, fucker, we're leaving.
Got it. What are the rest of you doing?
My boy is up fuck all early as per usual. Does make himself some tea and is simply nursing it out in the common area. And I suppose we'll keep the water warm since everybody seems to be into tea drinking. He will keep the water warm and leave out a bag of some Earl Grey, and simply sit there and sit there for a while, and then probably get up, pace around. If it probably takes a little bit for everybody else to get up. So, but in the hour between when he is up and other people start shuffling, I think he's gonna take his greatsword, leave his armor, and is just gonna go find like a field outside, like a common area or a green space, and just start like doing some martial forms, just to pass the time, because he doesn't want to sit still and wait. Yeah.
As you're stretching, flexing, going through these forms, bit uncomfortable today, Matthias. The massage that Beloved gave you helped a little bit, and even though you slept well, like very, very well, maybe something about the effects of dream mist still leaving your system, but
that weird feeling from ending the fire elemental yesterday.
Exactly.
Just very
still
present.
Lingering.
Yeah, and he'll wait and then go inside and shower off and see if everybody's awake and try and get folks to the market, because we got shopping to do.
Hell yeah. Taz, what are you up to?
So Taz obviously went to bed before everybody else, like cried himself exhausted, deep sleep. Woke up early. Well, early, like got the 8 hours, but woke up and was like, had all this energy to burn. So I think Taz would put on his Taz likes to, like, when Taz is exercise, like, likes to jog when he has too much energy, if he doesn't have like anything else or anybody else to do with said energy at the moment. So is going to has like just like the simple like it's a simple tunic, but it's more like it like looks more like sportswear than everything else he has, kind of thing, like the fantasy version, and it's just going to
sportswear.
Yes, the sportswear. I think I might be up before Matthias at this point, since I went to bed earlier. I think what's gonna happen is Taz is just gonna go for a long run and try to find like kind of a secluded beach. Like a long, like one he can go more running on, and like if he finds it and nobody's out there early in the morning, he'll take off the shirt and just like jog along it for a while, just burning off energy up and down. We'll not be running that whole time that he's out, because I feel like I'm up like 2-3 hours before Matthias even at this point. But we'll run for a while, sit, look out to the ocean, and then shirt back on and head back in. And I think comes in and sees Matthias like doing the stretches, speaks, and then goes in and gets some tea before also showering.
Yeah, and I think you get a very nice view. It's pretty easy to find because you guys are up in the college ring, so you can actually like see out on this brighter, clearer morning. Look out over the rings below you, the salt crystalline structure of this like massive mountain that the city is placed on. So you can look out, spot maybe some trails that you can wind through on the actual like outskirts of the city where some of that overflow housing is, and yeah, get a lovely view of the morning reflecting in the floods around Aethri. Barden.
Probably wakes up a bit groggy. Just, oh shit, did that again. Oh, stretches. Probably gets a decent amount of sleep and pulls out their little carving and goes, Matthias, I accidentally slept at the study. What's the plan? Shopping?
So you're still at the study?
As she's doing it, she's trying to count the because it's a message. Just like trying to make sure she gets all the words in.
Beautiful. Does my little like statuette go off, or does it just go off in my head?
I think there's sort of like
Vibrate mode.
a little buzz vibrate mode that lets you know like a message is incoming as long as it is on your person.
Sure, he'll keep
You
it in
hear
his
the message
pocket.
in your head.
Oh man. Okay. Then finish up and is gonna just put his sword down for a second, sit on his ass, and take out the thing, send a message back. Is this sending or is it message? Can I send it for free?
This, you get one sending per day. So if you use your one sending, then
Yeah. But my response to this one, do I get that for free?
you still get the free response. I
Fuck
believe.
yeah. Okay. No problems. Yes, plan is to go shopping and get whatever we need for the wastes. Head back now to the... What are these places called?
Parkwell Cottages.
To the cottages. We'll wait for you.
Yeah.
Just can't reply. He's got it. He just puts it away. As she heads out, she wants to see if there's any nice parchment that she could borrow. Simon
Make
won't
an
mind.
investigation check.
Borrow?
What? She'll write a note. It's
Little
fine.
steely baby.
Sounds to me like
Little bit of
stealing.
Sorry,
Little
investigation. Oh, that's only 11. Oof.
11. You can grab 5 pieces of nice parchment. I believe you might have some already, so you can add 5 more. They're just like on some tables, on some shelves. You have to wind your way out of that, circular structure, and you just see this is about as wizardly of a study as you can get. There are just like little bits and bobs and components and things scattered around. So
I like the idea that she, before she goes, finds a less nice bit of paper. Like a scrap that's been ripped off, and just thank you with a heart. B, puts it down, and heads out. Tucking that away.
If I put a heart
There's
on
no
it, they
one on
won't
guard,
arrest
is
me.
there? Huh?
So all right, you make your way out over the course of sort of a nice morning stroll. You will reunite with the party at the Horquell Cottages. The rest of you can still hear Kiara just lightly snoring. Of course, you can always send her a message later to have her reunite with you, but for now, Matthias and Barden, you know of 2 main areas to get some shopping done in the city of Aethri. The College of Aethri does have like a college bookstore, but it tends to be pretty pricey if you're not actually a student. The main market areas are the low market and the high market. I'll pull us over to the city map once again.
Hell
Sarah,
yeah.
incredibly beautiful. The low market is to the, north, the west, sort of like the west side of the city of Aethri, and the high market to the east, sort of northeast. The high market is actually fairly close to where some of you were last night by the Sky Sea Inn. You wouldn't have gotten all the way around to where it is, but you do know it's fairly close as well to the Last Drop Tavern. If you're looking for some seedier items, that would require more of a investigation. There might be some things that can pop up at night in some of these markets. But you can also, of course, find your way to the factory district, which is very, very close to where you guys are if you want to talk to like a production manager to make something more custom. I will also just say, Siren might have like hinted at this, but for your general information, the ability to send things out that he mentioned last time, which is, you can have a merchant drop off an item at the Silver Study and then he'll send those out. If you want to like commission a piece of armor to get started on, or like commission something very, very fancy, clothing, something that would take more time to produce, if you add 10 gold pieces onto the cost of it, Siren can send it to you. That represents the cost of the components required for him to, like, send that item to you using his specific teleportation circle.
Dang. Okay. Well, so now, Alex, you said before we started this campaign that there would be opportunities for me to get different kinds of armor. Is this that opportunity, or will there be more opportunities in the future?
I should make you roll for that. I'm not gonna make you roll for it. No, yes, this is one of the opportunities where you can potentially put some money into commissioning a nicer set of armor that will take time for them to make and send to you.
Yep.
I will tell you as well, this is not the only opportunity that you will have to acquire a set of armor. It's just one of the ways that you could. It will be significantly cheaper if you give them your actual armor and like have them upgrade it, but that means you would not have your armor for a while. So that would probably not be the best thing to do. So yeah, one of the ways, not the only way.
Yeah, all right. Maybe I'll wait until let's see. Okay, can we say that everyone's kind of gathered in the common area?
Yeah, at this point.
Unless Owesh wants to stay in their room until we're like, it's time to go.
I so appreciate you allowing for that, and I will take it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Right. So we'll just... Plan is we need to get some warmer weather gear. It's all right if it's not perfect yet, but if we can find things, that would be wonderful. Does anybody have anything that they need specifically for traveling?
I'd really like a shield. I know Kiara's offered me hers, but I feel bad leaving her without it.
Yes. Okay.
I'd also like to get some more writing materials, because ink is not going to last in the cold.
Right.
And also, more of your tea. Don't want you missing out on that.
Oh, I will take care of it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Tazriel?
Yes, I could use some more arrows. And like the next thing says this, but it's like looking at Barden, if possible, a learner's kit for Orcish. I've never taught anybody before, and I think I'm fine, but I think it'll help if we have the.
I mean, I'm honestly really good at copying. Like, I think that if you could just talk. Well, obviously a bit of writing, but I'm really good at pronouncing. I know my last go at it wasn't that good, but honestly, just give me a chance. I bet I'll get it.
Okay.
But she is so pleased. She still looks a bit tired and a little bit kind of out of it, but she just beams at that and just nudges your shoulder. Sounds good.
Healing potions, salves, if that's something to find here, or wait for further travel, but
it's a good idea.
I'll see it, yes. Oh, and actually, Tazzle, how much did we get in funding?
1,800.
No.
There's
as he says that, Barden just goes, "Oh yes, I think you actually might be better looking after this," and pulls the box of golding, wasn't it?
box of gold.
Which I love. That's so good, Artie.
Oh, good.
And she quickly shows off how it extends out to become a proper like chest, and just like I got handed this just because I don't know, but I think you'd probably be best looking after this. Though I am going to just takes the rest of her thing out, sticks it away, hands the little box over to Taz.
Pockets it. Well, we can figure out money. How much? We can talk about funds later. It's just thinking about the 1,800. It's like, oh, I could do a lot of things.
It's about 360 for each of us. I believe Oesh already has theirs. And Barden does too, now.
Like at that point, Taz is like taking notes. And he's like, okay, I have to keep track of that. Okay. Thank you.
Precious. Right.
Yeah, I will say you didn't identify it, but just for people to know, yes, this is a chest of golding. It's like a bag of holding, but it can only hold large amounts of like gold or salt orbs. And it expands to have as many of those as you want, and then folds back down. If you try and put other things in it, they can get a bit crunch because it's more mechanical than strictly arcane.
Right. So,
Shit.
do we know where, like, if we're thinking... So we can only really think in general terms for this, but, like, in terms of cold weather gear, healing potions, all the things that we just mentioned, what would be the best place to go for those?
Anything that is more expensive, anything that might be potentially magical, definitely want to go to the high market. That is going to be your place for just nicer items, more reputable sellers. The low market is more of a gamble. You can find some things like that, but it tends to be more like a loose amalgamation of people who aren't tied as much to the Serdux. These Serdux are like the big economic and political force here in Skyhome, so they will often like hire on or pay sellers to like bring in nicer items, or like, you know, produce and sell some of the goods that they make. The low market tends to be less tied into the actual Serdux, so sometimes you get a really good deal, sometimes you find something you wouldn't be able to find elsewhere, but yeah, more of a gamble.
Let's start at the high market and knock out the big things first, and then we'll see what we can do with the rest of our funds.
Barden sort of... I'm guessing Oesh isn't in the room.
Not currently. They're in their room.
No, yeah, not currently.
Kind of looks towards the hallway. Just are they coming?
I believe so. I got it. Matthias is gonna go knock on their door.
Yes.
We're leaving to go to the high market.
We'll just get up, close their books, come out.
Perfect. All right. Shall we? Open up that door.
Barden just grabs Taz's arm because she hasn't got anyone else to grab right now and just pulls him out. Like, she doesn't have Kiara.
As Barden grabs Taz, Oesh will look at Taz meaningfully, as if to say, like, I want to say something to you, but I can't right now.
And as that happens, you
People are
you hear
nightmares.
a voice in your head. You hear a voice in your head. Is there something you wanted to say?
I was hoping you'd do that again.
It'll last for 6 hours.
How do you feel about doing a bit of scouting while we're out?
I'd love that.
Keep an eye out. I have some things to attend to, but I'll keep one out too.
This won't work if we're not within a mile of each other. So.
How big is this city?
Bigger than a mile. I do not know off the top of my head. It's fairly large, especially like once you get into the actual outskirts. I think you're probably looking at like, I don't know, 50 or 60 miles.
Okay. Yeah.
Dang.
Cool.
That's a big bitch.
The big bitch, yeah. Big mountain, and then just like sprawling out, and then more and more and more like on the outskirts, even outside of the walls, like houses. So yeah,
I'll use the talisman if I really need to.
Yes. But it'll work some more once we get back. Like it stops working in 6 hours. And if you come back within a mile, it works. And you can always just turn it off as well.
Excellent. Shall we all go to the market? Out loud.
Already outside. We're already outside. We are outside.
Always just being a bitch.
yeah. All right, so you begin to navigate your way to the High Market with both Matthias and Barden knowing the way. This doesn't require any of those investigation checks to find your way around. Everyone, it's very easy to make your way there. If there's anything that you are looking for in particular as you're making your way to the market, or you just want to keep an eye out, you are welcome to travel a little bit slower and make perception checks, or you can just kind of
Just chugging
Would
Would
along.
love to do that. Mhm.
All right, give me perception, Oish, and then if anyone else wants to take one, let me know.
Actually, yes. Now I'm remembering something.
Gimme.
Fuck.
Matthias kind of okay, so we heard that we went through some of the sewers. Matthias does want to look around and see if he can see any of like the entrances to these sewers anywhere.
Like a sewer grate?
Yes,
Okay.
something like that, like any sort of signifier of where they might have been.
Perception.
God, I got a natural 20. So that's a 22.
Excellent. I think kind of combining this perception with generally what you know about the city, you know that actually some of the temples and some of the factories do have like entrances down into the sewers. I think that might have been something just you've seen like in an inspection or like a briefing or something. So you, as you're passing by, like as you're walking down these sidewalks, a lot of like white cobblestone, like these salt stones that have been treated that you're walking on. It does look like with the sound of the rushing water that's coming from up above you with the duck's ring, that's like flowing down the way that you know the floods and floodgates and flood rivers like pass through the city. There are occasional, like what is it, Pennywise it like grates kind of
Yes.
thing. There are those occasionally set along sidewalks and you can hear water rushing underneath. But I think you note in particular, as you're traveling, that there is an entrance within the factory district that is more accessible because there's like an open area where people can just bring anvils, and there's a grate that you can pull aside to throw things out that like some of the blacksmiths have opened up, like a loose grate where they
Incredible.
just like throw some ash or whatever down there. That would be very easy to get down into. You know that there's an entrance, as I said, in the temple area, and you also just generally, as you're like walking to the High Market, do see a few places in alleyways where they could be a tighter squeeze, but you might be able to like pull a covering aside and get down into them.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. Cool. And the temple area is south on the second level.
Yes,
Right? Cool. All right. Thank you. That's all.
absolutely.
I am apparently too busy being horny for wizard. I rolled a 2 for a 6.
Nope. Yeah, not that you're not. You're distracted thinking about that book, all that good stuff. Plenty of sights and sounds to see. The city is, in particular, still very, very busy. A lot of the political figures who would have been here for the Arch Gathering are still loitering around today. So, like, people are out bustling in full force. There are a lot of very, very deep pockets that are in the city currently, and you can tell people are aware of that fact.
Shit.
Take your opportunities where you can get them. All
Navigating
right.
your way through the streets, pushing down into the lower ring. The four of you find your way to the High Market of the city of Aethrai. This is a wide open area full of stalls and buildings. It looks almost like, I would say like a bakery contest. Like Great British Baking Show, if you line up all of the desserts, and then if you just also stick like a bunch of those fruity cocktail umbrellas like in between all of the desserts, where so many of the buildings are very like decorated and thematic and very, very colorful. And then people have just like shoved as much as they can in between these other buildings to try and like take advantage of the business that is spilling out of the overflowing shops. Super, super colorful. You also see a few of these very interesting horses that are like pulling carts and stalls around in sort of a circle around the open high market courtyard. These are sky skimmer horses. They have 3 sets of legs. They're able to run on water, like run on the floodplains because of some kind of interaction with their hooves and the salt. Matthias definitely knows about those. So these horses are like sort of trotting and parading around. Occasionally you might see like a visiting child is like, up, let me up. And like, you know, they'll get set up on the horse and they'll go for a ride around, and a parent will exchange a few copper in these like moving stalls.
Horses.
Honey!
Horsey. Okay. First things first. I think maybe the health potions should be prioritized. At least 1 or 2. Why don't we try for that first? If anybody would like to split up, that's fine as well. We don't have to go all together.
Yeah, it might be a plan, rather than all traipsing about. Unless you guys kind of looking at Taz and very briefly at Oash, and you guys want to come around and see more of the city.
I might go look at some clothing. Mine is a bit lacking.
Yes, so winter clothing would probably be in the low market, or would it be here?
Here as well. Winter, probably both, but if you're looking for good winter clothing, definitely high market, which is what you need in the wastes.
Great.
Oh,
Fun.
and Oish will go to Taz to get that spoil of theirs split up.
Yeah. Speaking of that, oh, how do we? And this will be in character. In Oasis mind. How are we splitting this up? We have what is it? We have 3. We have 3 orbs, of varying prices.
What's the total?
62 gold.
And just out of character, like what are the splits in the orbs prices again?
So one is a 2 gold, one is a 1 platinum, and one is 5 platinum.
That makes things complicated, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Tell you what. Give me the 5 platinum one, and I will give you 2 back.
Quickly hands it over.
Yeah, and just gives you 20 gold from the gold that we got.
Okay, now we're all split up. Cool.
Now we're
cool.
There we go.
So, you said you're looking for healing potions first?
Yes, I was just imagining that they were just standing there while Matthias was like, so do you want to go? Or... And the 2 of them were just silently conversing in each other's heads, totally blank.
Taz would have been
rummaging in your stuff. All right,
yeah, to like not look like a weirdo.
I'll just catch up with you all then. I'll go looking for some health potions.
Okay.
Tazriel, actually, can I please have my gold? 360 gold pieces.
And
Get it.
Get it.
I hand it over and say, "Oh, I'll join you as well." But
All right. Right. And
Okay,
we
so
walk.
Matthias and Taz going to look for healing potions, and then Oash and Barden looking for clothing?
Yeah, were you gonna say something, Barden? Did I miss that?
I think Bard just goes, yeah, I wanted to get some decent coat. And definitely shield, but I doubt they'll be at the same place.
I'll be around.
Yeah.
Right, let's go.
Shall we?
Split up.
And we go.
All right. So looking around, there are, as I said, variety of different stores. You can just hear like clanging of metal, vendors that are shouting out a lot of breakfast food. You begin to smell like pastries. Of course, plenty of salty things here. So there's like a lovely like salted bun that you just keep seeing like passing by, just melting with butter all over it. Y'all can definitely grab some food along the way as you would like. It'll just be like a copper piece for breakfast for each of you if you want to do that. Matthias and Taz. Looking around, generally trying to get a sense for where some of these more magical items might be. Your eyes light on... Actually, I think you smell it first. You're just sort of drawn to this interesting smell, like these heavy perfumes, that rich incense that both of you would know just from spending time around magical colleges, tend to denote the use of Arcanum. You navigate to a bustling stall that is sort of set up like a circus tent, almost. Some of the lanterns that were hovering over the Sky Sea Inn are hovering over this same tent. It's almost like a 4-poster bed with a tent set over it and entrances on all 4 sides, north, south, east, and west, facing the cardinal directions, with a different color of salt bead curtain on each of the entrances. Interestingly enough, as you're like walking around looking towards it, you see someone like enter in on one side, and it looks like sort of like a warm reds and oranges on the inside. And then as you like sort of navigate around and you're looking and trying to see what they might have, on the other entrance, someone else passes in, and it looks very cool and blue on the inside.
I wonder if these are different shops. Might as well try one, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Which direction do you pick?
South.
North, south, east, or west? South? All right, you enter in the south entrance, and it is lush and green. You push your way through this beaded curtain, and you are almost in a living terrarium of just like masses of flowers and florals. That those scents are overpowering. You see little like crystalline perfume bottles that are set between just like this very, very lush florid interior, which again, super out of place for Aetheryte. Like, not things like this do not grow here. As you push your way inside, you see there are a few patrons that are wandering around, smelling some of the flowers. Looks like someone is just like picking up a very large cactus that wiggles in its pot. And towards the center of this large tent, again, it looks like the same from the inside. Doesn't look like it's split or cordoned off at all. You don't see the other entrances. You just see the one entrance behind you. There is a halfling woman, much, much shorter than both of you. You have to like peer and look around and find her in between this opening. She is very simian looking. I've said before, like some gnomes and some halflings in my setting tend to be a little bit more like monkey folk, but she definitely has a lot of those like features and elements, as well as a set of gills on her neck that are like visible through this fur. She is striped almost like a zebra with this like shock of red hair that runs like from the fur that runs from her forehead down her back and down a tail. And she is wearing about 4 or 5 different coats at once of different colors, like blues, purples, pinks. And as people are like walking around and talking to her, occasionally you see her like shrug off a coat of a different color, and then she talks to someone who isn't there. She like talks to midair, and then she'll slide on a different coat, and then she'll talk to someone else, and then slide off a different coat, and then talk to someone who's in front of her.
Interesting. Right, well, I'm gonna approach this... You said halfling?
Yeah, halfling.
Approach this halfling. Excuse me.
Hold on the arm of a green vest. Hi. What do you want?
Hello there, we're looking for health potions.
Elf potions. I'll be right with you. Elf potions are around the other side.
Which side?
North.
Thank you.
Do not touch that.
Wait, sorry, do you also sell winter clothing and coats and whatnot?
One sec. Slides, brown coat. Susie, any winter inventory? Nah.
Right. We'll pick ours up later then.
Cool.
Thank you. Walk back out. You'd think they'd put a sign somewhere, maybe.
Right. Also, do you think they were talking to themselves or something we couldn't see?
I have a feeling that we're about to see them again quite shortly. And is going to walk around to the north side and come in through that way.
Pushing through that beaded curtain, you step into the blue area of this tent. There are bobbing, floating lights inside here. You see bookshelves that are stacked up, books on the floor, variety of different rugs on the interior here. It is a little bit warmer than it was. Actually, sorry, no. It was warmer for the plants. A little bit cooler in here. A little bit busier as well. You see some college students that are wearing just colors, of the College of Aethri. People who are like poring over and flipping through pages, and a bunch of shelves with like salt pane and locked cabinets where you can see potions, wands, very interesting items. Standing in the middle of the room is the same halfling woman who is talking now to a student who is next to her. He steps away. She shrugs off a coat, shrugs on the blue coat, and looks to see the two of you again.
Health potions.
All right. One sec. I said put that down, okay? All right. And she strides over to one of these cabinets. Is like digging through just like layers and layers of coats. You can see she's wearing like 7 or 8 different necklaces that she's like pulling through. Pulls a key off of one. Potions.
Yes.
Health potions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me see what I got. 1, 2. All right. I got 2 decent ones and one that's a little bit better.
How much on the decent ones?
60 each.
How much is the better one?
150.
And just out of character, is our understanding like it's the base ones and then the regular and then the greater, I guess, is next?
Yes.
So, are decent ones 2D?
The
2D.
D4s.
Yeah, 2d4.
Cool.
I think it is.
All right. I'll take your 2 decent ones, please.
And I'll take the better one than that. Since we're buying all of this, any chance for a bulk discount?
Persuasion check for me.
Like, is that a good price for health potions?
I feel like it is. That's pretty cheap, isn't it?
Bit of a
Good price.
markup, but not a high markup.
Yeah, there it is. I was like, I don't know what the base price is in your setting. Okay, come on.
You can do
Oh,
it.
yeah, okay. 19.
19. One sec. She like pulls off of a necklace and then puts it back on, and as it does, you see it transform into a scarf. She's like, just make sure they get here on time. I won't have any more delayed shipments. And her voice changes as she does this too. Takes it off. All right. Sure. Yeah. If you're buying a lot of them, I guess I could give it to you for 250 instead of 270 for the lot. I've been trying to get these off the shelves anyway.
All right.
So,
I'll turn to Matthias. Do you want to just go half on that? We'll go with the 2.
Sure, that sounds fine. I'll pay. Oh, Jesus Christ. How do I do?
250.
How do I do math?
It'll be 125 each.
125 each. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Write that down. I will give you guys the potion item cards for that later. If there's anything else that you are looking for in Scent and Glow, I'll just let you guys know the different sides. There is a terrarium herbalist shop. There is the magic shop. there is generally like a high accoutrement fashion. So that's like accessories, very, very nice ball attire, anything that you might need for that. And then the fourth one is actually a bakery, but it does have like bakery, drinks, it stays open throughout the day, and might have some baked goods that are just a little bit magical, could give you like some temp HP kind of thing.
I think I'm good for now. Can always come back and find things if we need them. How did you sleep last night as they exit?
Without dreams, which was a relief, but well. But well.
Forgive me for saying this, and you don't have to answer, but you seemed quite distraught after our encounter with the elemental. Anything in particular that was bothering you?
Taz like stiffens at that. Just the I make it a habit not to deal with creatures that give off a lot of heat. It reminds me of things I'd rather not dwell on.
Right. Well, lucky we're heading into the frozen wasteland.
Yes.
Shall we find the others?
Yes. Yes.
We're gonna go looking, because we also need to get some warm clothes for Tazriel.
Oish and Barden, as you're looking around, navigating through different stalls, you see two places you think might work. One is called the Yellow Daisy. This looks like very nice textile work. You see a furbog, sort of an older furbog woman out front who's selling and chatting with some people who are looking through some of her wares. And then you see a thick, squat building that's very like thatched looking, with these windows that are closed, but a big open sort of archway in the front. And as you're looking in, you can just see like furs and thick coats, and a older gnomish man who is sitting and sewing.
That might be our place.
I think Bard does take a longing look at the furbog textures, but it's just like, yeah, you're right. Should probably, the furs might be a plan.
Right.
Yeah.
You
And they
step
haven't-
like, in.
Barden lets Oish go in first, politely, but kind of distracted.
Mm-hmm.
You step into the jaded jug here. The gnome man looks up, gives you guys a nod, lets you peruse. As you're looking around, it does look like there are definitely furs, definitely coats. You see some mannequins towards the back that like have, some ribbons draped over them or some measurements, so he does obviously some kind of custom work. And then there are similarly two cabinets back behind the mannequins that have locks on them, similar salt pane kind of thing. These are like kind of a dark stone cabinet looking thing, and it looks like there are some very intricate, very detailed coats that are hanging, as well as some like these large bulbous goggles, boots, etc.
You first.
Awage almost gives a slightly disdainful look at the more well-tailored pieces, and then looks to the shopkeep and says, "Is this your only stock?"
What you see before you is what I've got, but I do a lot of custom work, so.
Anything that catches your eye?
I was wondering if you have anything that would have a heating charm in it, to keep cozy.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Um, I'm sorry, I don't keep a lot of my nicer stuff in stock since I just tend to do a lot of nice fittings. So, he runs you through some like general pricing and things he's able to do. If you're looking for just a normal set of winter clothing that will keep you a little bit warmer, that is probably going to be 7 gold pieces. If you are looking for a custom set, that means it fits you a little bit better. It might be a little bit warmer. You can also like describe how you want it to be detailed instead of just picking up something that is just in stock. That's going to be 15 gold pieces. And if you want something with a warming or heating charm, as well as he has access to special kinds of fur that like come from animals in the wastelands, fur that is like naturally adapted to the climate. Those are going to be a set of that is going to be 40 gold pieces, but that will generally give you advantage on any constitution saving throw you need to make to resist the cold.
I think he goes over to him sort of a little bit closer. I'm Varden. Nice to meet you. Sorry, we didn't get your name.
Local.
Local.
Mhm.
Lovely name. How much would it be to make a set of winter gear that, okay, it sounds weird, but if you turn something inside out and it looks different on the other side?
Something
Like a
reversible?
nicer thing on the inside and then maybe fur on the outer to keep you warm, plus with all the heat and charms.
Yeah, I think I could do that. You're already paying for a custom piece anyway, so.
Oh, perfect. That'd be perfect for me. I like to mix it up sometimes. Do you also have any like winter boot gear? So
Yeah.
I can't remember the word for them, but you put them on boots. They've got pointy bits on them.
Oh, ice
snowshoes?
climbers?
Oh, picks.
Yeah, basically like those things. I can't remember.
Crampons, I think.
Crampons.
Crampons.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
What a weird word.
I did some calculations. I could talk to a blacksmith and get those added on for you. Throw in 2 or 3 extra silver.
I mean, I think they'd be useful for the whole group. Are they some that could be adjusted to any size?
No, I'd have to make them to be attached to the particular boot.
I see. We might come back when I have the group for that, but for me, definitely, I would like to keep my footing.
All right. Well, yeah. So just let me know about that. I can get started on any kind of custom order you need.
Arden has already got the book out and has started writing the specifications of what she'd want.
The normal clothing that you can pick up for 7 gold, or you can call it 8 gold if you want, with like crampons, boots, goggles, anything you want. Those he can get to you today. A slightly more custom, he could get to you tomorrow. A custom with warming, with some kind of enchantment, is going to take about 5 days, and Siren can send it to you, but that means you have to add 10 gold pieces onto the cost.
That's fine. I'm happy to wait.
Yeah.
Better to spend the money now and not die of cold.
So I'll just say that if everyone wants to get a custom set of gear with warming, that is going to be 50 gold pieces times 5, so 250 for the lot of you to be fully decked out.
Owesh will do the custom, like with the furs and everything, but without the warming.
Got it. 15 gold pieces for me.
Snow elf.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Baden does do that. Just like, oh, you don't feel the cold?
Sure.
I'm always cold. It's ridiculous. Although my hands are all right, but the rest of me just doesn't seem to get around.
Great place you're heading into.
Does Matthias already have this stuff? Or
your cloak counts as custom. You don't have with added warming.
Okay. So I'm just asking if he would need to purchase these things as well, or if it's okay for me to say that he already has them. I'm good either way.
Yeah. I'll say it is totally okay for you to say that you already had them. Like you've been in the waste before. I don't know if you would have had the gold before to like put a heating charm or get super special custom fur. So if you want to take your like already made winter gear and upgrade it, you could also do that here.
Okay. What about like a tent? Like a tent or something that has like that kind of thing on it. That kind of warming
like a place
something.
that you guys could sleep that would help with that. The amount of fabric it would take, the amount of fur, call that 60 gold. And he could do
60 gold. I think
And would it be
that's
big enough for all of us?
It'd be a
Or we each
squeeze.
need a tent?
nice.
I think,
little,
yeah, it'd be a squeeze. 'Cause you guys are tall. Everyone.
little spooning action.
Barden kind of counts. Barden and Kiara generally count as one, so it's fine.
Y'all are like, even with 5'6" plus 6 is not the size of one person that is about 12 feet tall.
No, she sleeps on her. It's fine.
Yeah. I think one tent, very tight squeeze. Maybe call it 70 gold extra fabric, and you guys will be okay.
Oh. Is that in this shop or a different shop?
Yeah, can we say that we've come
You guys
through?
can enter.
Okay.
Before they come through, can I ask Barden something really quickly?
Go for it.
As we are giving, and he's like taking down our specifications, OH says, "Could I ask you something?"
Yeah, sure.
How do you know Siren?
Kind of looks at the gnome. It's like, can we talk outside?
Yeah, I'll finish. I'll need to get your measurements, but you can just come back in when you're done.
Thank you, sir. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Barden doesn't look shifty, but just doesn't want people overhearing. Sorry, it is my lord. I'm Silverhawk, obviously, but it's very hard to describe. You ever have that weird uncle that visits sometimes and just gives you weird things and pats you on the head and sometimes gives you rocks instead of candy? Sounds weird. Yeah.
It's not quite a shared experience, no.
I mean, I doubt anyone's got family like Siren, but I mean, I grew up around him. I used to hide under his desk.
So
Used
you
to
are
make stupid faces at him.
so you are Song and Silverhawk.
Yes, technically. Well,
I will say, Barden is not of noble blood.
Mm-hmm.
The way that the Surdocs tend to work is that you have to like be of blood to be considered a Sir or a Sir Sire. Barden is associated with the Silverhawk family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those two aren't generally related.
well, I mean, my dad's a researcher. Worked for Siren most of his life. Well, at least 50 years. He's an old boy. And, you know, you adopt a child and can't really leave him at home, so you take him to work. I grew up in the library.
Only your father, then.
Only my father was.
That's all your family.
Yeah. As far as I know. I mean, adopted. You never know actually where you come from when you're adopted, do you? The smile is a little bit, it's not in the eyes.
Mm-hmm. I
What about
suppose he'll be
you?
wanting our measurements.
Yep. Never mind. Yeah. Let's get this sorted. And she heads in.
Nice. And then I guess the rest of you,
Ding,
join
ding,
us
ding,
up for
ding,
getting
ding.
our measurements. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, walk in as they're all getting measured, or I guess, or whatever. And gonna wait patiently in line for a turn to be like, can I get those sweet, sweet tents?
Can I get that fur? Can I get that tent? Can I? Yes. If you guys want a tent, it's, as I said, 70 gold pieces. Matthias, if you want to upgrade your winter gear because you already have it, it'll just be 25 gold. That's...
If Matthias was mentioning the tent for everybody, I would say you could probably get it smaller. I'll get one that fits 2 people or so as well.
I was going to ask if we wouldn't rather do 2 tents. Because
I mean, as soon as Tazriel says that, Bon just turns to him and goes, "Oh."
I mean,
Okay, there's 5 of us, so 3 and 2.
And who would you be sharing with? She's teasing you. Like the half, like the fake, like almost fake smile was gone, and she's just. Later? You want to tell me later?
how much for 2 tents with the same charm on them?
Nice.
The gnome is looking between this group of you. Same price, just 35 and 35.
Excellent. I'll take one.
Do you want any fur cushions? Extra pillows?
How much are they?
A silver.
Sure.
Yeah.
And well, those are really hard to travel.
It's like
Never mind.
Rape as much as she can over Taz, teasing him, just like,
After deciding that the pillows are going to take up too much space and are kind of like ridiculous, he'll be like, never mind, just the tent. And if you could please charm this as well. And he'll whip off his winter coat and put it down.
Got it. All right. So I think if everyone knows what they're getting, VJ, is Taz getting normal, custom, or warming winter clothes?
Okay, so Taz doesn't really have any winter gear, so it's going to get the normal just to have for when we get there, and then also pay for the custom, like.
Got it. So that is 7 gold for the normal and 15 gold for a custom. That does give you 2 sets of winter gear if you want.
Oh wait, can I also get it heated? Does the custom come with the heating? Yeah, and I want the heating in the custom and the. Do the crampons, like, they have to be sized, but do they come off?
They can come off, yeah.
Okay, then
But that comes
like
with the 50 gold, doesn't it?
Got it.
yeah, I want all that, and then
Cool.
however much the tent's gonna cost.
All right, so your total then, BJ, a set of custom with warming, like as you would like it to be, winter clothing is 40 gold pieces, plus 2 silver for the crampons and the boots and anything like that, plus 35 gold for the individual tent. And I know that we're throwing around a lot of numbers. We can always go back and double check after and make sure we've divided those up as needed.
How much was it for that charm on my winter coat?
25.
My little upgrade? 25?
Yeah.
25. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Well,
so you put in all those specifications. He's taken them all down. If you guys want to describe to me, maybe next time or when we pick them up, what lovely details you want on your winter clothing. For any of you who have gotten them custom at all, you can do so. I think probably at this point, Barden, you just have a general sense that maybe Kiara's been awake. It's been, like an hour and a half. So if anyone wants to shoot her a message, she might.
I don't have one. I don't have a.
I can send it.
Got it.
But yeah, she sort of goes over to Matthias. We should probably keep Kiara updated. Do you mind?
Of course.
Thank you.
Take out his little thing and say, Kiara, we're in the high market currently, shopping around for things. Could be in the low market later.
I'll make my way there as soon as I can.
She's awake. And she'll find us.
Kiara's on her way. If there's anything else you guys want to pick up, you can let me know. Otherwise, Barden, if you are looking for a shield, there are plenty of little blacksmith shops around here. Any kind of traditional, like, sword, dagger, arrows, armor that you want to get that isn't magical, just, like, kind of skimming over, your shield will cost you 15 gold pieces, Barden. And I believe a set of 20 arrows is 5 silver.
I'll follow you all and just look at what they have. And he's gonna look at some armor.
Yeah.
Just to see. Let's see what's there.
Just to see.
Mm-hmm.
I
Chainmail?
believe you're looking for chainmail.
Ooh, no. I think I had... Like, chainmail is like my starting thing. I think that I'm looking for plate.
Ah, yes. A set of custom plate mail is 1,500 gold pieces.
Fuck me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
And that's not marked up. That's just...
Time to steal.
That's just plate mail. Yeah,
That's
hey
just
Matthias,
plate
you want to do
mail.
some crime? Your silence speaks volumes.
Matthias is just in the corner of the shop while you two are doing your shopping and is like sort of like tracing a finger over the
Oh my god.
the
Paladin.
A vanguard is just like staring at you.
sort of looking over the strapping and the some of the filigree on one of the fancier sets. Just looking.
Yeah, I think you said you have chainmail.
I'm
Yes.
wearing splint currently.
You're wearing splint. Yeah, so you already have like a piece that was expensive that was given to you
Yeah.
by the order. That was probably around 200 gold pieces to make. It
Yeah.
will, if you want to upgrade your splint into plate, like they can take some of the metal and they could use some of the strapping
Yeah, but
already.
I'd have to
take,
have to
it
get
would
rid of
still
it.
be
I need my armor.
1,300. and
Jesus
you wouldn't have the armor.
Christ. I don't have that much money.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's anything else you guys need or want to add retroactively, since you guys have just like hit a market and spent time here, if at some point in the future while you're like traveling and you're like, I would have bought a tinderbox or I would have gotten some rations, you could just say that you bought them here retroactively and take the gold piece cost out. I'm not gonna...
Our benevolent DM.
Yeah, same
Thank
thing with
you.
components, Oish. If there's like a casual component that you wouldn't, you can just say that you picked it up here.
Sorry. Quick question. How many arrows for how many silver pieces?
20 gold pieces, 20 arrows for 5 silver. Cool. So, all that being said, wandering around the market, making sure you've fed and watered your characters, I think it might be time for our Kiara scene.
Kiara scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See you in a second.
We're gonna go look at what Kiara's doing, and we'll be right back.
Bye.
Bye.
Kiara. You find yourselves wandering down the streets of Aethrai. The sun bright overhead as you blink in the light of day. You've made your way out of the Oracle cottages, looking to reunite with the party as they are out and about on this lovely Whisperwet day. Will you give me a survival check to see if you can find your way to the market?
Oh, lordy. Okay. Okay, that's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Excellent. You know which way you're heading. Well, you know which way Barden said they were heading.
Yeah.
You exit the Horacle cottages, beginning to wander your way around the cottage ring, becoming bit more familiar with some of the landscapes. You pass through the factory district. You pass by Surf and Toil, the grub bar where you guys grab some food after your hangovers, making your way down the sky stairs and around to the market that Barton said you were meeting at. Even though you are pretty sure you're on the right track, there's a lot to take in today. Many of the nobility who were in the city for the Arch Gathering are still here, wandering around merchant stalls, bustling noises. You hear shouts and calls. You smell delicious, wonderful scents. It seems like the entire city is out in full force today. Will you give me a perception check?
Yeah. Ooh, 19 on the die plus 3. Good dice.
Very
You stay.
nice.
22.
Very nice. Do this. As you're winding your way past carts, past horses, you see more of those salt statues. Kind of remind you of the story that Beloved told you last night.
Yes, and Kiara is keeping an eye on the noses.
You do think the noses are the same. You pass by 2 statues. One is of a lovely woman holding her hand to her chest. She raises an arm, and a bird sits on top of it. Has this wonderful, sharp-pointed nose. And then a few streets down, you see another statue. This is a short, gnomish man who's carved with his arms out, appearing to regale the square that you are walking through. Same nose.
Yeah.
Lovely. With that perception check, you can hear the sounds, louder colors, definitely heading towards a market of some kind as you're winding your way through these streets. But you also hear sort of a like grunting sound and a few noises behind you, and you begin to hear pounding footsteps and the sound of metal plates sliding together behind you.
Kiara will turn around and see if they're in someone's way. Like, try to move to the side of the street if someone's rushing through in a hurry.
You turn around, there's sort of like a nice white cobblestone sidewalk that you're on here. You can see like larger, thicker salt stones actually down in the street where carts are pushing by. As you turn around to look, behind you, people bustling by, looks like a few passersby are being just shoved out of the way down this sidewalk as someone is sprinting towards you, shoving through the crowd. Her eyes lock onto you. And you see a woman with warm umber skin similar to your own, dark eyes, long copper hair, golden piercings, nose piercing, few earrings, wearing a rich red sweater of some kind with a set of armor, sort of a dark mail armor over the sweater. No bracers, just a chest plate with straps on the knees, and a familiar symbol, a gold flame embossed on the front of her armor. And you know who this is.
How far?
At this point, she's just 20 feet behind you, but there are probably 8 to 10 people between her and you.
Okay. Shit. What? I don't think. Kiara is gonna panic and cast Sanctuary on themselves.
Remind me what that does again?
I can ward a creature within, but it's gonna be myself. It's a bonus action, but it lasts for a minute. which is not long when you're not in combat. But basically, anybody who attacks with a harmful or with an attack or a harmful spell has to make a Wisdom saving throw, and if they fail the Wisdom saving throw, they choose a new target or lose it.
Fascinating.
It's just
love
like
that.
Kiara has no
No
idea what to do, and so yeah, Sanctuary. It's like I don't know. It's just like help.
Yeah. Well, what does Sanctuary look like as you cast it on yourself?
So Sanctuary, when Kiara, what she does is Kiara has this belt that I think I've mentioned. Like there's lots of like sashes and belts and like gold stuff. There's a small mirror that dangles on one of them, and so Kiara takes the mirror in their hand, and a small their hand starts glowing, and from far you can't really tell because of the brown tones of their skin, but up close you'd see there's kind of almost this like gold shining through surrounding the mirror, and it essentially just turns into one of those things where they do a swooping motion and hold the mirror up in front of them. Like normally Kiara, when she casts, she holds on to her holy symbol, but this time it's facing outwards as though to reflect back anything that is thrown at them that could be harmful.
Lovely.
It doesn't affect AoE spells, by the way.
Got it.
Yeah.
Petra's eyes lock onto yours, glance down, the reflection of those brows furrowing in this tiny mirror. Sprinting full force to slam into you.
Oh, goodness.
Her wisdom saving throw is a 13.
She saves. That's exactly my AC. DC.
Just barely. She slams into you and grabs you by the shoulders. And you are looking face to face with Phi, Petra, Odaya. Flame Slayer, what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh my god, I play a character that makes bad decisions. Kiara is going to channel the resting murder face they most admire and pull an Awaish, or at least Kiara's best impression of Awaish, and say, I don't know who you are, but your hands need to come off of me right now.
I will take an intimidation check. I will not even give you disadvantage.
Oh my god. Oh, that's a natural 20. Plus 3. 23.
You say that. Her eyebrows quirk up, and she releases you and takes a step back. You know.
What do you think you're doing attacking a person in broad daylight?
You say that with that intimidation check, and a few members of the crowd like turn and look that were shoved aside as she pushed through to grab you. You see a short halfling man say, yeah, what's the big idea? She takes another step back. Says, I will have words with you.
You must have me mistaken for someone else. I've been told it happens.
How dare... The halfling man just like comes up and taps her on the shoulder. She takes another step back. No. No. You do not get to get away with this. You ruined my life. And he, like, the man sort of steps back a little bit, and you can see a few people still staring at you. And she says, well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. You didn't ruin my life, but you ruined my promotion. 6 fucking years, Flamesire. You do not get to pull this act.
Damn it. Why does she have a conscience? I think Kiara will say, well, how about we take this conversation somewhere more private? She doesn't want to, but she feels bad.
Yes. And her hand, like, whips out. Going to grab for your wrist. Looks back,
I think
pauses.
Yeah, Kiara's gonna immediately pull back.
Fine. Private. Wherever you want.
Is there like a, whatever the first side alley, I think? Kind of,
Yeah,
because
you
you
can
can they're on like a
immediately-
thoroughfare, right?
Yeah, you're on a bit of a larger thoroughfare. You can step probably, 20 or 30 feet down, and there's just like a little side alley. It's not like super dark or anything. It's just off of where there's this like fountain and statue area, and step into an alley, and people will continue and pass by after a minute. But you do note her eye. Well, probably less than a minute, since she seems very eager about this, and your spell is still lingering. But she doesn't. Her eyes do not leave you the entire time. She hesitates from touching you, but she is staying close enough that you can tell that if you were to like sprint, she would reach out and grab you. Steps into this alleyway, waits for you to step in first,
Okay, Kiara will do that.
and then steps in behind. I do not see your mother anywhere. Did you run away from her as well?
I'm here by myself. Wait, sorry. Wrong accent. Kiara's gonna drop and say, I am here by myself.
It has been months, Flamesire. You said it was important. You said you needed to go find her. I did not think. Well, my research has been interrupted. You would think that runaway Rajlings are a dime a dozen, but no, apparently they ship me out across the country to search for you high and low.
Well, tell them you couldn't find me. And let you get back to your life.
Those words only work coming out of certain mouths.
It's true, and well, it's part of why I ran away.
No. That you do not get to make choices like that screw over my life just so you can go and frolic and enjoy yours. I do not know what you are doing here in this city. I cannot believe it has been this long. You are coming back with me. You are returning with me.
Why? So that I can have my life dictated by somebody else? How is that fair?
You do not have a choice. You are required.
So you are telling me that I have no choice and must do what's told of me while complaining about doing that very...
Yara, you find yourselves wandering down the streets of Aethrai. The sun bright overhead as you blink in the light of day. You've made your way out of the Oracle cottages, looking to reunite with the party as they are out and about on this lovely Whisperwet day. Will you give me a survival check to see if you can find your way to the market?
Oh, lordy. Okay. Okay, that's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Excellent. You know which way you're heading. Well, you know which way Barton said they were heading.
Yeah.
You exit the Horacle cottages, beginning to wander your way around the Yara. You find yourselves wandering down the streets of Aethrai. The sun bright. And you can see a few people still staring at you. And she says, well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. You didn't ruin my life, but you ruined my promotion. 6 fucking years, Flamesire. You do not get to pull this act.
Damn it. Why does she have a conscience? I think Kiara will say, well, how about we take this conversation somewhere more private? She doesn't want to, but she feels bad.
Yes. And her hand, whips out. Going to grab for your wrist. Looks back.
I think
Pauses.
Yeah, Kiara's gonna immediately pull back.
Fine. Private. Wherever you want.
Is there a whatever the first side alley? I think kind of.
Yeah,
Because
you can
they're on a
immediately-
thoroughfare, right?
Yeah, you're on a bit of a larger thoroughfare. You can step probably, 20 or 30 feet down, and there's just a little side alley. It's not super dark or anything. It's just off of where there's this fountain and statue area, and step into an alley, and people will continue and pass by after a minute. But you do note her eye. Well, probably less than a minute, since she seems very eager about this, and your spell is still lingering. But she doesn't. Her eyes do not leave you the entire time. She hesitates from touching you, but she is staying close enough that you can tell that if you were to sprint, she would reach out and grab you. Steps into this alleyway, waits for you to step in first,
Okay, Kiara will do that.
and then steps in behind. I do not see your mother anywhere. Did you run away from her as well?
I'm here by myself. Wait, sorry. Wrong accent. Kiara's gonna drop and say, I am here by myself.
It has been months, Flamesire. You said it was important. You said you needed to go find her. I did not think. Well, my research has been interrupted. You would think that runaway Rajlings are a dime a dozen, but no, apparently they ship me out across the country to search for you high and low.
Well, tell them you couldn't find me. And let you get back to your life.
Those words only work coming out of certain mouths.
It's true, and well, it's part of why I ran away.
No. That you do not get to make choices like that screw over my life just so you can go and frolic and enjoy yours. I do not know what you are doing here in this city. I cannot believe it has been this long. You are coming back with me. You are returning with me.
Why? So that I can have my life dictated by somebody else? How is that fair?
You do not have a choice. You are required.
So you are telling me that I have no choice and must do what's told of me while complaining about doing that very same thing. You don't go back. How about that? Why don't we both stay here and enjoy life
Enjoy.
and make choices?
I put 6 years into the training program at the Ignis Academy. 6 years. You were supposed to be a side gig. You were supposed to be extra credit.
I know, and I'm sorry I had to deceive you, but I had to leave.
No,
And
I don't believe this.
Is there a way to make it right without going back?
No! You are coming back with me to the Empire. You are very, very lucky that we are leaving soon.
I am not doing anything like that. I have important things to do. I have people I can help.
You have important wars to fight, Flamesire. And this, whatever this is, there is nothing that is more important than what you have to do back home.
That's what they want us to believe.
You can see intense frustration on this person's face. If you want to give me an insight check, I can tell you a little bit more about her body language.
Ooh, this dice. That was a natural 18 plus 3 insight. I don't have I am not proficient in any of these, so these are just
Excellent.
blank wisdom adds. So yeah.
As far
21.
as you've known Petra, and I don't know if you knew her that well, she was always very tired, kind of an insomniac. Like get a check-in from her at some point. Like she would just kind of wander in at like 2 or 3 in the morning and make sure, see if you needed anything when she was on duty. The bags under her eyes are deeper than you've ever seen them. They are flushed with anger, shaking with it, trying to restrain themselves from grabbing at you. There's like a fervent fear that you pick up as well with as high of an insight as you got. They are terrified. Well, like every time they just glance away from you or they hear a step, you see their eyes flicker a little bit, but they are locked onto you. There is something that is terrifying her about the fact that you can tell, watching your movements, that you might get away from her. Something just boiled up all of a sudden, and it is like a cornered animal, except she's the one cornering you.
Yeah. And just to add as background, for most of the time that Petra was with Kiara, I think Kiara was very much living a happy-go-lucky, privileged, sheltered little life, Kiara didn't grow up unhappy. They had tons of company. There were lots of people around. So whatever caused Kiara to run away definitely came on suddenly. And so it's very unlikely Petra has seen any of this side of Kiara that cares or let alone resists.
There's definitely, as you said, a shock as well, especially with the intimidation check. She did not expect that, was not is confused as well. You hear their voice just slip a little bit lower into a darker tone, and she begins to speak to you in Infernal, first addressing you with a sort of a neutral title that you're familiar with, as I believe we've discussed. But Infernal doesn't have any kind of gendered titles or gendered pronouns, so she refers to you as a Ulfbarv, which means something similar to Flamesire. Listen to me. You can have fun with this identity crisis when you have returned to Jalraha. You can discuss it with whoever you would like, with Deimos, when he returns from sampling the finest selection of Deltine Reds somewhere outside of Larkspur or Mayfield. You can discuss it with Tiger's Eye. You can discuss it with the Fire Lord himself. But you are coming back to the Ignited Citadel so I can get released from this duty and get back to my research. That is what you owe me.
I'm afraid. And Kiara responds in Infernal. I'm afraid I can't. I am under contract. I have made promises just as you have.
What good are your promises? And then she reaches out for you again. I think probably you were anticipating it. This isn't like a surprise or anything, but this is going to be a contested initiative check.
Okay.
Entirely dodge. She's trying to grapple you.
All right.
So give me an initiative check. That's just a dexterity check.
Ugh, 14.
14. She, damn. That's a 10. So she reaches out to grapple you, and I think this is also, let me see. She did get a 14 on the other weight wisdom saving throw. I'm not sure if Sanctuary is still up. So
no, as soon as... Did I cast anything besides Sanctuary? No, Sanctuary stays up for a minute, but it's probably been a minute.
So she just like steps towards you, reaching out for you, and you can immediately take like some kind of action before she even gets her arms around you to try and grapple you.
Yeah, I am gonna do what I have prepared today, which is cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
And tell me what that looks like as well.
So S is somatic. Is that like a hand? Is that hand?
Yes.
I think, okay, so what you... This is... As soon as Kiara sees Petra coming towards them, she will just flash her hand really quickly and say in a burst of Infernal, I think it's kind of infernal. It's a little bit Abjurian. It's kind of a mix of something that, given Kiara's close relationship with her patron, I feel like it's almost like a made-up language between the two of them.
I love that.
Yeah, so it's like, you know how like there's English and then there's like pig Latinized like versions of the language that just move things around. It's kind of something like that. But what it comes out in what is incredibly harsh tones for someone who is not a harsh speaker. And so this is a bonus action spell, and allows Kiara to dash.
Got it.
So she's going to try to make a run past Petra into the street, and it's a concentration spell up to 10 minutes.
Got it. So you can keep that dash action up.
She is gonna, yeah, and it is a concentration, but yeah, so it's a bonus action for her to dash every single time as long as it's up.
Got it. You say those words. You feel something sort of drape across your neck, like a cat's tail, and your heels feel as though they ignite with fire, a boundless energy surrounding your ankles and your heels. As you push past her, slipping through her grip as if she moves in slow motion with that flame spurring you on. Dark eyes follow you. And then she... panting. And as you run back out into the crowded streets of Aethrai, the last thing you hear is a frustrated cry. Flame Sire! God. And then she's lost from your vision as you sprint away back into the streets. towards
Kiara's
her
not going to stop
party.
running until she's with the party.
And then you find your way back to them. Thank you so much, Pooja.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Well, we'll be back in a second. Bye!
Hello.
Hello! What a lovely scene. Thank you very much, Pooja. We miss you. We wish you were here. Kiara reunites with you guys at the High Market. I'm sure you all been bustling around. Barden, you have hefted up your new shield. You've got that with you. And you guys see Kiara approaching you, like wandering around the market a little bit. Looks like she's also picked up one of those buns and she's eating it, very, very happy. Sort of gives a wave, greets you all, but does seem just a little bit quieter today. Not as...
I mean, Barden is straight over giving her a hug. It's like, you been good? I haven't seen you in a while.
she'll, like, I'm not gonna say too much,
Hmm.
but she'll
Yeah, she
hang
just
out
sort of-
with you, link arms as you guys wander around the market for the rest of the afternoon. Is there anything else?
Barden winks at Taz, just like, sorry. Got you, Barden.
Yep, Taz is like,
Sad.
Is there anything else that any of you guys are looking for here in this market?
Nope.
Not at the
Okay.
market.
Cool. All right. So you begin to finish up your purchases. You have checked in with anything that you needed custom made or to get sent ahead. You begin to hear this is pushing into, like, earlier afternoon. At this point, I would say probably around 11:30 or noon. It's still picking up. Like, it was crowded before, but it is getting louder and louder. And you begin to hear various shouts and music playing, like in the sort of more open courtyard area between some of the stalls. Looks like there is a group that is like pulling up, one of those horses, one of those carts, is pulling up a moving stall with these like very, very bright, shining, flashing, those like glass bauble lights that are flashing in different rainbow colors. People start turning to look, and you see just sort of like spilling off of this cart and hopping off of the horse an absolutely motley crew of people who are all wearing the same like big glasses, like these big sort of prismatic iridescent glasses, and they all have like these rowdy little vests that they're wearing of like patchwork, and they begin to call out and shout, and they say, make your way down to the Porkfest tonight, putting on another classic show tonight. Kish, Feverfew, and the Worm live. Drunken shenanigans, most of it improv. Can't speak to his performance, but I know I'll be doing well. You watch your mouth. I don't think anyone's ever played a Worm as great as I have. Make your way down tonight. Much, much better than those assholes up in the college ring. You see some nobles are turning around to look. There are a few cheers and shouts. This is a well-known improv group here that are announcing that they are putting on a show tonight.
Barden is looking around at everyone, just like, I mean, do we have plans? I mean, I'd like to go. I've not actually got a chance to see this group yet. I've always wanted to.
I might split off, but feel free.
Of course. Taz?
Taz is about to answer, but then Oasis head. I'm guessing we're going to be otherwise engaged at this time, huh?
Hopefully.
And two, pardon, I think I'll also be splitting off. But you have your dance partner right here.
I mean,
I'll go with you, says
of
Kiara.
course, Kiara, but I mean, I'm always happy to have someone else along.
I know,
Always
I
say
know. But I have some other matters to attend to tonight.
I'll bring you back a brochure or something. One of the pamphlets. Matthias? I mean, you were very interested in the story before. please?
We'll
She does like the biggest like she's learned from furbolgs to how to do like big moon eyes. She's got good ones. It's up to you, but it'd be really fun.
I will accompany you and see how I feel when I get there. It might be a bit too loud for me.
Of course, we could probably get you some earbuds or some earplugs.
That's all right. Thank you. Yes,
really like
we can
that.
look around when we get there. I think we have some time before that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's bouncing like from foot to foot. She's excited.
Yeah. So the group known as the Poorly Players will be putting on an improv show at the Pocklefest Theater tonight, probably around 7 p.m. Showing a Feverfew and the Worm, which is one of, I don't think it's you probably have like loosely heard the story, Barden, but it's one of like lesser known legends, not as popular. Yeah, so you finish up your business, you grab any purchases that you need. What are you guys doing for the rest of this day?
Wage is definitely gonna make their way at some point towards the Silver Study.
You found it last night, so you do know the direction where it is. You can take a cart if you'd like to go faster, but you have a lot of time before the evening, so.
Great.
When are we, just out of character, when are we planning to have this stuff happen with Awaish and Tazriel? Is it going to be in the night?
In the evening as well.
In the evening. Okay, so we're trying to get there. Cool. Got it. That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some fun things to see near the Pocklefest Theater.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. I think just
Hell yeah.
stick around until it's time to do stuff.
Cool. Yes.
Yeah, no, if we just have some free time, just a quick question. Is Matthias back at the house?
He wasn't going to be. Actually, I was gonna say that he probably starts to like say something about going to the temple district. I think I'll head towards that direction.
Then I think Tazra will say, to everybody, I think I'm just gonna head back to the house, do some reading, finish some things, and we'll like lean into Matthias. If your business concludes, you could join me back there as well, and then like leave, promptly leaves like right after that.
Leave before you can say anything?
Yes.
Cool.
Where the fuck? I'm back at the house. Bye.
And I'm very like Taz is not trying to be weird, but the previous night was a weird night, but is also trying to make sure it's like, I'm not trying to be weird and not casual, but we just had a weird. Yes, so Taz is like, okay, yes, that's there, and then goes back.
Totally got you. I'll take my leave. I'll meet back with you all later, and we can go see about that play.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Lovely.
I'd like to. Is there any way I can sort of look over my research that I did the previous night?
Oh, yes. Okay, lovely. We'll have those lined up. So I'll do A Wish, the Silver Study, Taz, and Matthias, and then I will give you some fun information and have you do those history checks that we didn't get to do for your research, and then we'll slide into the theater and what else may await in store. So, Awaish, make your way back to the Silver Study in the light of the day. As I've described previously, this is sort of a lovely temple-esque in some ways building. Lots of carvings of birds. You can see the blue doors that are inlaid with stars and the silver bird-shaped handles as you make your way up the steps towards it.
they will take out the feathered key and use it.
Mm-hmm. Slides in. You hear an unlock, and as you pull your hand back, the key transforms back from a key into a feather. One use only.
Nice trick.
And give me 1 second as I pull us here in Roll20. Let me see. Let me know if you can see that art.
I can.
Yes. Lovely. That's our guy. Wonderful. And that is made by @RoseMarinArt on Twitter. That was a commission that I had done a while ago of this character.
Fuck yeah.
Hot.
Very hot. All right. You make your way inside the silver study. You can see curving bookshelves. It's warm in here. Light streams in from a few external windows, but most of the light comes from floating magical dancing lights overhead. You hear the noise of fire flickering, light coming through some spaces in the bookshelves, passing by glass cases and baubles as the doors shut behind you, and there's a ding, 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 ding as you make your way inside.
They will walk out to the center and then just prestidigitate a little bell sound themselves and say, hello.
Oh! Sir Silverhawk looks up from a very comfortable seat by a fire where he is perusing through a very similar book to the one that he has given you, a similar navy embossed one. You see his familiar, his hawk, is actually sat on his shoulder as you were stepping in. He was just feeding her some kind of snack from a pouch as he was looking through this book.
Mm-hmm. Awaish holds up their own. Trying to take more of my secrets.
You caught me.
Quite a trick.
Can you blame me?
I don't think I could blame you for much of anything.
Would you like to take a seat?
They will walk forward and take a seat.
An unseen servant pushes the chair out to catch you as you sit down.
Straight to business?
Yes, I have been thinking about your offer.
I hope it's worth it. My question is just as valuable.
Any information you desire, if you really can speak this language, the possibilities are... Do you mind if I ask, where did you learn Dusarun?
Now that I do mind. That is 2 secrets for the price of 1, Siren.
Fair enough. A trade for a trade. I've been studying this language for a long time. I believe it contains a trove of power, but the form that we find it most often in, on relics, tombs, doesn't quite ring with the same truth. I've spent hours poring over those lines, those letters, trying to understand how it might have been spoken by great mages of old before they were lost to the devouring tendrils of the wild. If you really can speak it, I think even a few words would help me immensely. But I would like to hear more than that.
As I said, if you would like more than a few words, we are investing quite a bit of time.
My afternoon is yours.
And Awaish makes themselves as comfortable in the seat as possible, probably drawing up their legs, crossing them underneath them, sinking back into the seat. Takes a few experimental breaths as if like seeing the level of capacity that they have. And then they will close their eyes, focus very, very intensely, take in as deep of a breath as they can, and something very ancient and unknown begins to come out of the depths of their throat. Something that doesn't sound so much like speech, but sounds like a low, even hum that is nearly impossible to tell the intricacies of difference between. Sounds more like singing than speaking, but to either a trained ear or an ear that might be looking for it would just be able to maybe pick up the fact that language is being spoken. This is not a quick process. As they route through different speech, it takes probably the better part of 2 hours to complete about 2 sentences, maybe. And towards the end, some of the runes on their skin begin to glow with this blue light of their magic, them not even realizing that it's happening, just kind of the power of the words manifesting onto their body. And finally, they finish. The hum dies off. They take one more deep breath, looking pretty tired, and open their eyes.
With your eyes closed, even then, anytime you do glance up or shift, his gaze doesn't leave you for those entire 2 hours. You hear some shuffling noises, focused as you are. The hawk flaps off at one point, returns with a quill. His eyes locked on yours, and he just is writing without looking down. At some points, a sort of a quiet hum as he tries to match the pitch or intonation as quiet as he can, not trying to interrupt you. Even the fire starts to die down a little bit, just like the crackling noises fading away as your voice resonates out among these bookshelves, this room. And you finally finish, and you open your eyes. You see him wipe away a tear.
Good trade.
Yes. What can I do for you? God. What can I do for you?
First, did you figure out what I was saying?
No.
Would you like to know?
Please.
And before asking for their return, Awaish will stand a little shakily for a moment, but gets their bearing once more, walks over to the plethora of what looks like very familiar pages, and will begin to point out certain parts over his shoulder, at times taking his own hand to like bring to certain areas on the pages, and show him the parts that were correct, the parts that he got wrong, until the translation begins to emerge. 2 sentences that basically talk about a very powerful sense of surrounding and becoming, kind of a transformative pair of sentences.
His hands are warm. As you go through this translation, you can see that on, I think it would be his right hand, he has a tattoo of an eye. At one point, the ink slides and it blinks. You just catch it. Thank you, Oish.
My absolute pleasure. Covers his hand, the one with the eye, rubs a thumb across it and says, "That's an interesting one."
Yes. This one, he doesn't take his hand away from yours, but he lays his other hand across it and does sort of a similar motion where he like slides your hand down a little bit, almost like the blink that you saw. And there's a sort of a vibration, not at all like Matthias's magic. This one is not physical. It's sonorous, musical, a vibration. And just for a second, as you blink, looking down at his hand, you can see wisps trailing off of you. You have blind sight for 15 feet around you for 6 seconds, and then it fades away.
You're incredible.
I have had a lot of time to work on being incredible.
Speaking of which, I believe it's my turn.
Yes. What would you like to know?
You've lived past your due, Siren. And you're not the first one I've met who has.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't think you have Raj blood in you.
What is your question?
What have you done to live so long?
Interesting you say you've met others. I think they are growing more common. You are correct, Oish. The blood of Bane does not burn in my veins, and certainly there are those of my kind who could push into the years that I have managed to acquire. But I am not from around here. I slipped into this world like a lost child, slipping into a forest on a bright summer day, and I emerged somewhere deeply unfamiliar to me. Neum, this planet, with all its lovely mysteries, it's not the only one. And the strange divinities of this world are not the ones that I was raised with. Now, I'm not sure if you yourself are a follower at all. I often find that those like us are not. Most arcane scholars do not interest themselves with the strange workings of the divine. But I have found that deep in the bones and flesh and mind of this world, there are resources to be harvested. So no. No heat burns in my veins. I do not tie myself down with petty trades. I have made no promises. But his hand catches fire. The flesh melts away, and his hand is bone. Passes them over his face, and his head dissolves into mist. But the decay triad. Dead gods do not know what they are missing. There is plenty to take.
Awaish looks a little shaken, but quickly recovers and says, "Harvest without belief."
Mm-hmm.
That sounds just about my speed.
I could show you.
I would love that.
He leans in, closer to you, close as you are. You think he's maybe reaching for, I don't know, your hand or something, but then his hand slides down and taps the navy book that he gave you. He says, "Write to me."
A long process.
Yes. A long process, and it is easier with material to work with. I think you will find plenty of it in the Frostlands.
Very well. Oish takes their book, slips it back in their pack, and leans a little closer and says, "There are a few more mysteries I would like to solve here, though."
I have time.
And Oish kisses him.
He kisses you back. We fade into blue mist. And Matthias and Taz.
Matthias has something he's got to do first.
All right, we'll start with that then.
So...
Let me... Yes, Matthias. Woo!
Yeah, so out on the street, as they are all splitting up, Matthias moves with a quick step back towards the stairs and climbs back up, I believe, to the second level. Or
yes.
Are they already? Yes. So he will climb back up to the second level and move around to the western side and to the southern area, and is going to head towards the temple area. And
Absolutely.
I believe he's looking for anything that is more bone aligned, any sort of faces that represent that. I think that's probably where he'd end up going.
Got it. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that makes sense. Last one was great. This one is a 7.
7. Okay. So you do, this is generally for what you're picking up as you're making your way there. You do know your way around. Generally, like, you've been to the Temple District of Aethri plenty of times. So the main temples that you can find here, the Temple of Lullabies, the Temple of the Martyr, the Temple of Feathers, the Temple of Smoke, and a slightly smaller one called Saint Fate. I think generally you would know the Temple of Lullabies is associated with Lydir, who is often considered by people who are knowledgeable about the Lord of Bone to be a face. The Temple of Feathers is associated more with the Raven cycle, the Raven Queen, Raven King, Bee Queen, and Bee King, which are also sometimes heavily associated with Bone. Most you wouldn't find in Aethri a direct.
No, that's not what he's looking for. That's not what he...
Temple of Lullabies, I think you've been to.
Yeah, he wouldn't attempt to look for anything like that. He would look for a face that he's familiar with.
Yeah.
Rock in a hard place. Okay. I think that when he reaches sort of the center-ish area where he can see the temples and sees the decorations and understands the iconography, looks around between the two of them, and after hesitating for a moment will orient himself towards the Temple of Lullabies and will begin to move through the crowd with purpose.
The Temple of Lullabies is a large cathedral. It is one of the buildings that resembles Castle Aethri the most in that it has some very gothic elements, but it's of a lighter stone color, stained glass windows. Pushing your way inside, it's, as I said, fairly crowded today. Most people who are in here are kneeling, praying. There's a very large open area, a bunch of pews as well, soft music that's playing, candle lights flickering even though it's sunny outside. But standing around, there's these like interesting sort of staircases to the sides, like raised balustrades and then staircases that go down and descend like kind of under. So you have like kind of a raised main area and then staircases going down. Standing along the staircases or going over to patrons and maybe like patting their back or offering them something that you can't quite see are figures that are draped long white cloaks and trails, but all of their faces are covered. Gold masks with large horns or salt bead curtains that drape so you can only see just a hint of their lips as they're talking, or long, thick veils with just like smoke issuing from them, like there's some kind of incense or something that's like attached to their head and burning, so their heads are just clouded in that mist and it's hard to see them. The nuns of Lydir.
We'll take a deep breath and approach one of these nuns. Excuse me.
Hello.
Do you all have, crypts, by chance, entrances to the underneath of the city?
We do. Are you looking to visit a loved one? A lost one?
Merely looking to pay my respects more in general.
Yes. Variety of crypts. I can find a sister to accompany you if you would like, or if you would prefer a more quiet respite. There are deeper places.
As deep as possible, I think. And I don't
You can't see her eyes,
need...
but you can tell she's looking at you still.
And I don't need anyone to come with me, thank you.
All right. She does sort of ask like someone to come over who begins to give you directions. You can descend down some of these staircases. They wind and split and branch beneath this large cathedral. The lights grow darker, but most of them are lit with candles and candelabras. You can make your way down deep as you like, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You pass by rooms that go from very structured, carved architecture to more rough-hewn, like they were carved out of the salt. The walls go from white stone to that reflective, sort of translucent property that you see, on the edges of the cliffs. Strange reflections, warm firelight, until finally you find your way deep, deep, deep down into oval, rough-hewn room. Series of just marble tombs that are sort of set out in this room. Very quiet, just a single light at the front. And judging by how long you've spent wandering your way around, you left behind any kind of crying or mourning patrons far, far away above you.
What's that light look like? Is it just a flame?
It is a white candelabra burning with like a classic flame, like 3 melting candles set towards the front. Very, very low light here.
Okay. He's gonna stop and listen and make sure that there's no footsteps echoing, no voices, just like the quiet dripping of the cavern. And once he's satisfied with that, he's going to walk forward and one by one, he's going to put the lights out. And he's going to spend about 2 or 3 minutes down there. Mm-hmm. And then he will relight each light. And take a deep breath. And will begin to make his way back up. And then he is going to go back to the houses. And push into that cottage, unless there's anything that he gets waylaid by on the way there.
Unfortunately, there is.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Wow!
Fortunately or unfortunately.
Awesome.
I know. I'm
Homophobic.
so sorry
by
for
the DM.
today. So sorry. Matthias, as you step out of the Temple of Lullabies, with that perception check you had earlier, you probably didn't notice, but there is a retinue of nobles who are approaching the temples today. It looks like they're doing sort of a tour around, like bringing some people who aren't from Skyhome, like to some of these different temples. You see people with like armor that they're wearing, maybe some of the like the diamond club shapes, and they're like touring around the temples. But as you step out, just passing by the front, about to step into the temple, a very familiar face. Pale skin, very light hair. He's wearing armor similar to the armor you saw your father wearing last night, which is a much lighter metal than your own, but with this like sort of blue cloak that drapes over it and is tucked into it, and then like white, almost like white lace that like hangs off of the armor, as well as these like lace, I don't know what you call them, like kind of military style fringe
Pauldrons?
bits,
Like the
pauldrons. Yes.
Oh no, they're called something else, but I get what you're talking about. The ones that go on your shoulders.
He is sort of stepping in and holding an arm out, and a bunch of like people are filtering into the temple as you step out. His eyes lock on yours. This is your brother, Malachi.
Definitely crossing the threshold as people, like, as he's holding the door open for other people and the people are like passing between them. Stock still, shock as they lock eyes, and then just like a very small quirk of the lips. Malachi.
Matthias.
I did not expect to see you here. Yeah, he tries to like move, but there's still people coming in, and so just steps back and like waits a second, and then we'll move around them and come around to where he is.
I'll be right in a moment. Shuts the door.
It's good to see you. You look well.
I wish I could say the same. You look tired.
That's what people usually say. Yes. Hold a hand out for a firm forearm grab kind of handshake, or will attempt to.
Mm-hmm. Give me an insight check.
Okay. Insight. The natural one. It was a 19, but now it's a 1.
And he got a natural 20 on whatever kind of charisma check he was making to contest that. His hand trembles. He pulls it back before you can grab it. What are you doing in Aethri, brother?
I in fact was at the Arch Gathering last night. I am working with the Fulcrum group. They are sending an expedition out into the wilds, of which I am to be a part.
He mutters something under his breath, but with your passive perception, you can catch a got-in invitation. Not me. Arch Gathering.
Are you here with Mother and Father, or are you... I assume so.
No, I'm not here today with Mother and Father. Important business that I'm tending to.
Oh, I see. You're on your own job.
Yes. Just like you.
You look like you've added a couple extra fringes to your uniform. It's impressive.
He blushes a little bit. Sort of a sense of maybe shame. I've earned them.
I've no doubt of that. How are things in Poor Int?
They're all right. The borders are busy. The Asley have been plaguing us more and more, even if the Raj seems to think they're of no concern. I've been very busy. I think you would know more about all that if you visited.
I find myself not often in the position to visit, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Emil misses you.
How is he?
He's all right.
Is he in the knighthood as well? Should be by now.
No, actually.
What's he doing?
He's obviously very uncomfortable with that question. He's, Matthias, do you really want the answer to that question?
Well, now I do, yes.
Emil is... Well, Father is not pleased that he, isn't part of the Knights, and I haven't seen Emil in about a year at this point. So I hope he's doing well. I think he's doing well. I think he's doing better.
They sent him
Hopefully.
away.
Well, they didn't. It was for the best.
What do you mean?
I don't know if we should. Emil is recovering from some very poor decisions.
I see. Reversible poor decisions?
Yes.
Right.
I
Well,
probably have to.
yes.
How long
Yes,
are you
of
in
course.
the city?
Not long.
Of course. Are you going to say hi to Mother?
I don't know if I'll be able to make time for that.
You should try.
Perhaps if I can get her on her own. Unlikely.
Not very likely. Be well.
You as well. Be safe.
He pushes past you into the cathedral.
Okay.
And then you make your way back to the cottages.
Walk inside. Where's Taz hanging out? In his room?
Yes. So when we split up, I would have rushed back, showered, like washed off. Yes. Put on this like. Tazrael has this thing. Like strip off his shirt. It's just in like casual pair of like pants, but has this like black leather thing that he puts on that covers up all the arms, the upper chest, and the upper back, but like shows off the stomach and lower back. And would have laid on the bed, door open, in like a semi-suggestive manner, but realizing Matthias had something else to do, while waiting for the door to open to the Horquill, would be making plans on how to teach Barden Orcish. Okay, we're gonna start here. Let's start here, and this will connect to this. What else might they need to know? And then as soon as
the door opens.
okay, yeah, I put that down on the nightstand and just go back to my suggestive.
Is the door to your room open, or do I
Yes.
have to? It's open?
No, it's open.
Yeah, so Matthias walks inside and goes, Tazra. Ah. I can appreciate a person who enjoys good presentation.
At least once. At least once when.
Fine. And he's gonna walk in. Maybe you can help me get my armor off. And is gonna just shut that door close behind him. Just one thing. No biting.
Very well.
And that's it. Nice.
Fade to- we got a fade to blue. Now we got a
It's the
fade.
sex episode.
Sex episode.
Y'all gonna level up just from all that experience.
All
Yeah.
the fucking.
All right. So you two have a lovely afternoon. Barden,
Gay.
I think maybe you and Kiara can have a bestie brunch or something fun like that. You know, maybe show her around the city a little bit, whatever you'd like to do. But would you want to make a history check for me? History with advantage because of Siren's help
save.
for last night.
Mm.
Oh, that's a 16 plus. What's my history? That's a 19.
A 19. Y'all out here with
Thank
the
fuck.
good rolls when
The
they
first one was a fucking
matter.
5. So
All these lore rolls. I love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, so the amount of time that you spend pouring through some of Siren's books with some of his help, the calendars that he had, you start to actually pinpoint a potential time for some of the legends that you know of. This would be, he generally has like very good calendars of like moon cycles. He has sort of like this interesting timeline thing that he sketched out over the, like an unfolding book that is just a long timeline where you can see he has like notes of events that have happened, especially events that have happened that he's witnessed. Like he has, you know, a detailed world history timeline. Some of it's written in a language you can't quite understand, some of it's encoded, but you're able to like pour through this, and combining that with your own interesting dream and some of your own just like head canons I guess you do think the place that you saw was located in Upper Skyholm, that Moonlight Cathedral, if it did exist, would have actually existed in one of the flooded valleys of Upper Skyholm. The temperature, all the notes that you took, and some of his own just like observations on that kind of thing. At least 600, 700 years ago, I think it would be. But some of the legends just kind of start clicking a little bit, that there are certain rumors that just are kind of common to the Skyholm region about monstrosities that used to exist, that, you know, the wild, as it manifested here in this region, took certain forms, and a lot of those manifestations, even if they still exist in rumors or stories, don't actually still exist. And then sort of like digging a little deeper, this is again like 19 with that history check. Sirens made a note on this timeline about 900 years ago. Almost exactly 900 years ago. Some question marks. And there's taste of honey on your tongue. Looking at those question marks. Just feels right. 900 years ago. That's when the cathedral fell. You're certain. It was real. And that's when it fell.
Yeah. I like the idea that, as again the night before, as they were looking this stuff up, they did sort of pull the sword, place it down, and as they're looking at things, and as that taste of honey just crawls onto her tongue, she looks at the sword and at the bronze to silver gradient. Okay. That's something. Writes everything down.
is there anything that anyone else would like to do before we attend a theater show and scope out the place for some fun?
Let's do this.
Absolutely not. I would like to say, in terms of like figuring out this place, Awash may have mentioned that some people were going to a show and asked if there was anything close to that that might be of interest, and that may be how they got the intel.
I got it to Siren.
Yeah.
Yes, he actually will tell you. He has a map of the city in his study, and he might point out some like fun locations to you as you are having a conversation after what has transpired. He says, the Pocklefest. There's the place called the Cordial Duxor. High end. Some of my friends like to go there to blow off steam. I'm not really a gambler myself. I don't gamble with money. But
Right.
you might have an interesting time there.
Appreciated. And off they go.
I also like the idea that maybe on their way from brunch, again, Barden might guide Kiara into a tea shop to try and get Matthias some different teas.
Cute.
I imagine Kiara would be happy enough to do that. Just gets a couple of the Skyhome favorites.
Lovely. So you're
They've all kind of got a bit of a scent, salt taste to them.
They
but that just
do.
happens.
It just happens.
A mineral
Salty,
taste.
man.
It's good for you.
as
It's
hell.
fine.
Yeah. Well, I would actually love if we could do maybe a quicker break, like a 5-minute break, as we switch over to multiverse for our evening, and then we'll be back with some very fun shenanigans.
Oh boy. All right, everybody.
Oh boy.
So
Okay.
bye. Be back in
Bye.
5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Here we are.
Welcome back. Our lovely map is brought to you by One More Multiverse. Yes, I stayed up until 3 a.m. making it. Yes, it looks so good. Anyway, after completing your various afternoon delights and reuniting at the Orkville cottages, you complete a lovely meal. You can pick up some more food from a local area. You know, arrange yourself into whatever attire you might want to wear for your various evening shenanigans, which I will ask you to all describe in a moment as we get into those scenes. But I think it's likely with that tip you just received, Awaish, that you and Taz might be able to set off along with Matthias and Barden and Kiara as she joins, because you're going to be heading to a similar area. Actually, this is the lowest ring of Aethrai. It is very far from your cottages, so you all can probably take a cart to get there. You have to travel along the college ring, down to the bottom of the stairs, and then all the way around to the southeast, furthest southeast edge of Aethrai, facing sort of the side that is against the Asnan Mountains, away from the majority of Skyholm and back towards the Abjurian border.
Good shit.
Amazing. Making our way through the town streets.
Making our way downtown.
Walking past salt sculptures past, etc.
They all have the same
We're
nose.
crime bound.
They all have the same nose.
So when we set off, I redid my like link, but I can do it to a number of people equal to my proficiency bonus. So I also linked Barden into that for 2 reasons. So like,
Nice.
which it doesn't like it's not like all 3 of us can communicate. It's like I can talk to Barden, I can talk to Oash.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So while we're walking, you hear my voice in your head. Don't freak out. I know I haven't done this with you before. I have this ability, and I did so for 2 reasons. 1, I slept with Matthias, and it was great. Right? 2,
Honestly, she's not looking back. I'm imagining Taz is behind it, but she just go,
control your face, please control your face. I can hear. And 2, Oash and I are about to go get into some shenanigans. And I, just in case we needed an extraction plan, I figured we should be connected in case we need help.
Can I tell?
Barden is just like controlling her face a bit better now, and she's going in her head, shenanigans. What kind?
If with the fun kind.
Wait, are you making me miss out? Well, I do want to see the play.
No, I'm not. Listen, go see the play. I doubt we're going to need an extraction plan, but if we do, I figured you'd be great to help us get out of whatever trouble we get into if we can't handle ourselves.
I mean, you were getting into something with Matthias earlier. Why aren't you asking him? Like her face is not. She's not very good at covering what she's thinking. She's like,
And Taz is just like, and Taz's face is just straight. It's just just walking. Is used to doing this with other people. I don't think. I would rather not get Matthias involved in rescuing us from shady shenanigans.
I mean, I wanted to be a knight, right?
Yes, but you aren't one yet, and I think it's fair to say being a knight what I'm trying to say is you're not affiliated with anything right now, so if something happens here, you probably won't get in as much trouble as Matthias might on an official level.
Okay.
Yes, that's which also I wouldn't ask you to do anything like very terrible to get us out of a situation. Just maybe a distraction or something.
Oh yeah. I mean, if there's any interest in books, keep an eye out.
There will be no books.
Ugh.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, have fun, I guess. Also, is this a case of you can talk to me and I can't chat to you first?
This is a case of you can talk to me as long as I'm within a mile of you and for the next 4 hours. But you have to actively want to do it. It's not like you're going to be thinking something and I hear it. Like,
So will it be bad if I tell you about the highlights of the play?
no, that's fine.
Oh my god.
That's fine. And then I purposely, and then I turn to, and then I start talking to Oish. All right, what's the plan? And I'm not telling you that I told Barden.
Fucking narc.
Oh, come on, Barden.
Oish as Taz does it, and we're heading towards, and we're Oish gives the lowdown on the location, and then once they give the information on the location, we'll say, "Oh, I remember the last time that we did something like this. You mentioned having morals. What are those? What are yours?"
Oh, shit. I don't want to take from people that'll actually hurt the poor, the downtrodden. No murder, like nothing like that. But
All right. So you will be upset if I physically hurt some people.
are you planning on murdering them?
I don't know how this night is going to go.
If you have to do it, do it.
Fair enough. All right. And we head towards.
So here's how this is going to work. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative for me, including Matthias and Barton.
That's a 3.
Maybe I should just
That is
stop
a
rolling
freaking 3.
actual dice for like this
Yeah,
character.
I have D&D Beyond set up. Why am I not using that?
Maybe I need to just roll
What I did
digital
for
dice.
Restrada, because she could not use real dice. She was cursed.
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just a paladin thing.
So, 3 for Barton,
4.
4 for Perfect.
Ouch, y'all. Go to Taz next. I still have to do Darren.
And I actually
18.
18 for Taz, very nice.
16 for Awaish and 13 for Darren.
Got it. 13 for Darren and 16 for Oish. Okay. So, and I know I will mark initiative for this particular encounter and let you guys know when it's switching since we are using Seaverse. Perfect. So, here's how this scene is going to work. We are going to be running a multi-level split combat skill challenge. So, although you are not necessarily just whipping out your weapons and hitting people in this particular encounter, each round and any actions that you take tend to represent about a minute of time, which means that if you cast a single spell like you would as an action, or if you use your action to make some kind of check, like a persuasion or a perception or investigation check, those represent generally actions that are taking place over the course of a period of time. The skill challenge that Taz and Awaish are attempting to complete will require a certain number of successes before they get a certain number of failures. And depending on those failures, maybe it will turn into a round-by-round combat. At the same time that this is occurring, Matthias and Barden, you'll be enjoying a lovely show and a lovely story. And on your initiative counts, I will describe to you elements of this story and what's going on around you, and you can also participate and chime in with your reactions, or if you're doing anything, or if you're hearing anything that's going on nearby. In addition, on initiative count 20 and initiative count 15, the past acts. And that's also all I'll say for right now.
Fuck.
That all sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds
Lovely,
great.
lovely. So, the 4 of you are dropped off along a sidewalk by the very edge of the lowest ring of Aethri. You see 2 fascinating architectural structures before you. Going to zoom out on our multiverse map so we can take a little
Beautiful.
To the left, you see the Pockelfest Theater. This is a rowdy, interesting, and dynamic structure that is set up sort of a curved area around it of seating. Lights, candles everywhere, as well as actors that are setting up behind a large open stage, open air theater. You can see, looks like some props already set up, a large sand pit that has been tamped down, as well as benches that are slowly filling up as people are making their way towards this theater. To your right, the Cordial Duxor, a casino for the rich of Aethrai to make their way out of the ducks in the college ring to slum it with lovely lighting, hedges. You see grass, you see flowers, which means that someone has obviously dug out into the cobblestone here enough soil and fertilizer to actually have plants grow. It is open as well in some parts, open to the elements. There are sort of a raised stage that is attached to the side of this building. You see wood as well, lumber, a very, very expensive material to use in building here. And some interesting glances that are happening back and forth between people who are filtering in to go to the theater, drinks, loud, excited noises, and carriages that are pulling up outside of the Duxor. Sneers, suits, and those making their way inside.
I believe that's where we're going, right, Barden?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a stage.
Right.
We can see out into it, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You ready?
Yes.
I'm really excited.
And we're saying goodbye to you, gesturing at Oish and Tazriel.
We will be otherwise engaged.
Enjoy the show.
We will. And she's going. She's got Kiara by the arm, and she very tentatively gets Matthias's arm, and just drags them gently along.
All right. I will.
One last glance back at those two, and we'll unwillingly be dragged.
It's fine.
I wonder what those bitches are doing. Oh well.
Lovely. Then we are.
Also, Barda just as she goes, just winks at Taz. Keeps going.
I say in Barden said, Barden.
What was that?
I told
Have fun.
I told Barden that I slept with Matthias and said we had other plans when asked about that. I think there's an assumption being made.
Let's go.
As you step towards the casino and into the theater, Oish, what are you wearing?
I guess I probably should have described this. The vibe here, in terms of like covering, not covering, is the same as home, correct?
Less so. Different. Sky Home is more conservative. Not conservative, but it's colder. So.
Colder.
Mhm.
Okay, so probably not tits out. So as close to that as possible, Oish is wearing kind of a flowing underskirt that is black and has a little bit of a shine and a glimmer to it. Just the barest tint of a train and a slit that goes up to the thigh, and then on the top is, we will say, strategically placed straps that kind of seem to echo the harness that they always wear. That is covered over top by a kind of gauzy material, just to give some kind of like cover over the cold and the weather that happens here in this area, but is by no means actually concealing anything. This is very much a look at this, not me type of outfit.
The clothes you're wearing, the sensations, the excitement that are rising in you, and that same phrase still echoing in your mind from yesterday. The storm has passed. As you step towards hearing music coming from this casino, you step back and you hear a voice call to you. Looking up, as you make your way down towards the docks, you see lights, different colors flashing, music playing from somewhere, muffled by the sound of wood, and a figure who's waving to you. She is silhouetted by the lights of the boat behind her, but she is familiar. Took you long enough, lover boy. Is that what you're wearing?
Why, do you want to tear it off me already?
I was going to say you would look better without it.
We have work to do.
We do. This is a thick, brawny, dragonborn. Slitted eyes, piercings, lip, ears, horns that come back, a long tail that is also pierced and sharp. Her fingers are clawed, although right here, these two fingers are both cut down, not sharp. She wears a tight black suit that reveals exactly how much muscle hides under it. And she's pink.
Awaish, wearing something close to but less than what they're wearing in Skyholm, doesn't look too different. All of the tattoos are still there. Hair still long, if not a bit longer. But there is a marked difference that is a little harder to quantify. You can't really tell their age. It's hard to tell with elves, but maybe a younger expression in their eyes. And the most clear thing is the Awaish that the party has gotten to know walks and takes every action very deliberately, almost as if they are calculating the cost every time they move. This Awaish walks and moves with a confidence and a carefreeness that is distinctly foreign to the personality of the person you know now. And they grin up at First Rain and walk past her, showing off. And call back, "You're going to be late now."
As you call that back in the present moment, Taz, you and Awaish can step into the Duxor here as you would like. It is your turn.
In we go. As we go in, Awaish says in Taz's mind, "Keep sharp. Look for the richest. Don't approach immediately.
Yes. If you
Oh, I
would
think
like
you're
to...
muted.
I think you're muted, Vic.
Damn, I nod. I forgot my name and my words.
You're
Nod.
good. So, as I said, as this works, you can move around kind of the equivalent of what you want to do in a minute. If you want to make any kind of check as you are stepping in here, that would kind of be your action for this turn.
Yeah, quick perception check, like or maybe it's investigation, I'm not sure. What I'm really aiming at here is, again, always just like keep an eye out for, the richest. And I'm not from here, so I'm kind of trying to get a sense of what's where the, like, what the game might be or whatnot that's attracting higher rollers. Like, that's what I'm looking for.
Got it. All right. I'll give you a few different options here then. You can give me an insight. Insight will tell you a little bit more about the people who are here and what they're looking at and what they're interested in. If you want to just give me a general perception, that'll kind of just like you be looking around the room and taking a note of what the options are. And if you want to give me, this would be intelligence, probably call it history. Actually, history is what you know about the actual games that get played. This is like your board game history kind of knowledge, but casino game knowledge. So which one would you like? Insight, perception, or history?
I think insight might give me the most at the moment.
Hit me up.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh, which I am proficient in. So 19.
19. As you're looking around this room, just like sort of generally, like you two walking in, very, very wealthy. There is a certain calculated atmosphere here that you sense immediately, and that you can also kind of snap into. You've been in these places before where everyone is taking themselves way too goddamn seriously. You can tell it immediately. Most people are sort of like looking around, glancing at each other. Those who are sitting at tables as well, very steeled, neutral expressions, like they're trying very hard not to reveal what they're thinking about or emoting. You do, again, like very high insight check. Looks like people who are maybe a little bit easier to slip into a conversation with are those who are at a bar towards the back, or those who are listening to a band that is playing up on this outside stage area that you can step out into.
Okay. I relay all of that information. Well,
Well,
I just point out. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Before you take like another interaction based on, you can share that information with Awash, but we're gonna like push through the initiative order so we can move on. So you share that information. The NPCs begin to act on this turn. So guards. You see, as you guys have stepped inside, there are actually some Vanguard that are like loitering, like right around the front by the hedges. These are the paid guards, so they're like, they eye you two up and down. They're eyeing everyone who comes in. They're just like making note of your faces, generally like looking to see if you look like you belong. I think both Oash and Taz give off enough natural charisma and power that they, you guys can step inside and there isn't any problem with that. They're also just paying attention. There are some other Vanguard who are loitering around outside on the sidewalks, outside the Pocklefest Theater, since it does tend to get pretty rowdy there at night. With that, Oash, again, your turn, so you can continue that interaction in the Duxor.
Yeah. Oash blinks a bit, reorients herself, and looks around, sees what Taz sees. All of those things are very good marks. Which has two things that she wants to look for. The first being the highest stakes table in the place, and would like to look for that as they approach the bar to speak to the
Okay.
bartender.
You can also give me a perception or insight if you would like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the same. Yeah. Oh shit. That's a 17 on the die for a 21.
Another success. Looking around, you have been in plenty of places like this before. Looks like most of the tables that are out here, there are various games that are set up. But you do hear, sort of like the spinning tables and people talking. As you step over towards that bar, that would be towards your upper left.
Mhm.
You can see through a series of curtains that there's another room behind here. There you go. There's another room behind here, and there's more quiet, muffled speaking. You actually catch a glimpse, like sort of through those curtains as they part or wave in some of the night air, the night breeze that's passing through here, that it does look like there's a single large table in this back room, which of course, private rooms are
Mhm.
a good place
Yeah.
for higher amounts to change hands.
Message back. Biggest money's in the back. And leans into the bartender, orders a drink, and says, "Now, I don't want to insult your fine establishment. These tables seem a little, well, boring."
Interesting you say that. We have plenty of excellent entertainment on offer.
Oish grins and slides forward. How much money do I have left? Slides forward 20 gold. And says, "Entertainment isn't quite what I am talking about."
Mm-hmm. We'll resolve that when we get back to your next turn,
Yep.
since it's going to require a check. Taz, as Away steps away from you towards the bar, as you're still looking around and taking in those faces, you step. You step back. You find yourself a hot, thick atmosphere. Scents that are bubbling up, beer, wine, liquor spilling freely in the air. You are in some kind of seedy tavern back in the Empire, probably maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point. Familiar to you. The same noise that's going on in the present moment is happening here. People are talking, money's being passed around. You're here following up on a lead about the syndicate. You think they have some contacts here in this bar. And as your eyes in the present moment follow Awaish as they step away, back here in the past, see a red-skinned figure, flickering hair, horns, wearing a tunic similar to your own. Although it's a little more fucked up. It's been sort of torn at the edges, artistically. A few smudges on the face, looking more like a member of the Empire who's down on their luck. As Valhiri steps towards the bar and begins to talk to the bartender.
Oh, so letting Valheri do that, Taz will have scanned the room for like he's going with flirty for information gathering at this point in this tavern, and his primary method is okay. Gotta find someone who isn't too drunk, isn't too hot because they're used to getting flirted with or whatever, or they might just be like, I'm too hot for you, whatever. Just like the right like that right person, just like okay. But also looks kind of like, also gives off a shady vibe, like
Got it.
you might know something.
As was happening in the past, you don't necessarily have to make checks for it. It's an event that has happened. You already succeeded at it. So as you are looking around this shady tavern, you spy. I think this would be. Yeah. This is a very sort of puffy looking tabaxi, like a black furred tabaxi, with some like, sort of bluer spots, hood up, kind of your like classic edgy rogue, as much as those stereotypes hit, like maybe, a lump of a dagger underneath the cloak. Looks like he's like nursing a glass of wine a little bit, maybe a little tipsy, but like you said, not to quite that point. Has a few scars as well. Handsome, but not in a way that stands out.
The Taz would have walked up and I walked over here thinking of what's the best way to say this to you, but I'll just say it. I'm looking for some information and also somebody, and I just give the like your like soft seductive eye look, just like somebody to have some fun with. I would love if you could be both those options.
He looks up at you. You can sit down. We can talk about having some fun.
Sits and orders another of whatever he's drinking, and then just gets a beer.
And back in the present, as Awaish gets their drink, and you are able to grab one of your own, it is Darren's turn if you would like him to do anything while you are.
Darren is going to stay in Oaish's pocket and Darren's never been out on this kind of mission, but he has been very well trained on what to do if something like this were to ever arise, because, got a plan for the future.
Mm-hmm.
And so he knows specifically that his job is to stay in hiding and use his blind sight to look out for tells or any other person using basically the tricks that Awaish would be using.
Got it. I will sort of keep that ongoing as an active thing he's doing. Back over at the Wackelfest Theater. Barden and Matthias and Kiara, where would you like to sit?
I'm being pulled along. I don't think I have much choice in the matter.
Let's see. Middle left on the sort of the cascading. I'm guessing those are seats.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Middle,
The amphitheater seats.
middle left.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And Barnes is like, it's where you get the best sound. It's where, someone always sits here while they play, because then you can tell it's actually where the best sound is.
I see. Right.
I mean, I've been to other amphitheaters, not this one.
Ah. Got it.
I'm really glad you came with us. Matthias. I know you didn't have to. You could have stayed home and had some rest, but I'm really happy you came.
Ready to see how it all turns out.
What turns out? The play?
Just this.
Okay.
Just the play. I'm just talking about the play. Nothing. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just talking about the play. You keep looking at me like you are expecting me to say that I'm talking about something else. I'm not. I'm just talking about the play. I promise.
Is this Matthias? Is this just everything that Matthias has just said? Barden doesn't believe this.
He said,
Like,
he said something, and then she looked at him like he had a third head, so he was just like,
I mean, are you sure? Are you sure now?
Yes, I just said.
That's
I think
the most
maybe
I've heard you
just.
speak at once.
I think
all in
maybe
one go.
I think maybe I just said it wrong the first time, and I wanted to clarify.
Okay, okay.
I'll sit on the outside aisle seat.
Yeah.
Your seats. Matthias's turn, Barden's turn. The music begins to start here in the theater. You can see other people taking their seats. Kiara, of course, sits next to you, Barden. And there are some tuning of violins poorly, some drum beats off tune entirely, and there's a do like someone's trying to make the noise of a drum roll very, very badly. And you see stepping out onto the stage are the poorly players. This terrible comedy actor improv troupe. As they step out, you can tell immediately that all of them are already tipsy. They are they like stumble out onto the stage. But you do see there is a half orc who is wearing a Sir Feverfew cosplay, a very, very poor one.
Oh my god.
Like, you know, kind of like paper mache armor. She's got like the mask on, but it's like tied around.
Please
like,
tell me it's on the wrong side.
It's on the wrong side. Is the
It's
mask mask is on the wrong side, slipping down, obviously. Barden, you know.
It's
wrong
drunk
side.
history.
It's drunk
That's
history.
what this is.
She's
Yes.
waiting to see the sword. Whatever sword that they've come up with.
You don't see the sword yet, and then the rest of the troop, there's one like apprentice kind of thing. The rest of the troop are they have like a large kind of tapestry blanket thing, like purple, it's draped over them, and they're standing in a line playing the worm. The show begins. Back to the top of the order. The past reemerges. Await with a drink in your hand as you step up onto the dock. Nothing in your hands. Cool night here in Port Ooston Vault. First Rain steps up next to you and looks at this party barge that the two of you have acquired an invite to, she says. Are you ready?
Always at your command, dear Fur.
Bitch. You first.
Owesh steps forward and enters as if they know they will be the thing that is stared at immediately, purposefully drawing attention.
You step up. And you can see, as you step up onto the deck of this boat, that eyes turn towards you, fall on you, smiles, hungry eyes, familiar hunger. Looking around, many nobility here, probably Plutarchs, friend of Plutarch's. You don't see any of the two notable ones, maybe one or two. You just know the kind of suits that they tend to wear. This is I think it's based on a tip that the two of you had gotten a while ago. A tip from a previous encounter that you and Rain had had. There is something that is being sold here tonight. Art, interesting relics that were uncovered or stolen goods that are being passed around, but some kind of auction for a mysterious item that the two of you are looking to find out what it is, how valuable it is, and if you can get out of here with your hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
You step in. Rain, behind you, as always, waits for you to pick your target, and then circles around to find an angle where she can watch you and slip her own way downstairs when the moment's right. Down into the barge.
Oesh will look for the highest level Plutarch possible.
Mm-hmm. Give me... No, you don't need to roll for it. I think this would be the Plutarch of Black Diamonds. No, Black Diamonds? Yes. Plutarch of Black Diamonds is here tonight. This is Moriat. Just the last name, doesn't really go by a first name. He is a gruff, dark-skinned dwarf with a intricately styled, curled silver beard. He wears sort of a cap, more of a religious fellow. I think your background, the briefing that you would have gotten, is that he is here, much, much shorter than you. His eyes lock onto you as soon as you step onto the boat, and his suit is just like slightly embossed with these silver diamonds, silver patterns. He is paging through a deck of cards as he's talking to, again, surrounded by just a variety of women who are all taller than him.
Mm-hmm. Do I know his trade?
This time I will take a history check.
Okay. That's not very good. That's a 10.
A 10?
Mm-hmm.
Probably something to do with gems, but not sure anything besides that.
Okay. Oish walks forward, quickly casting prestidigitation on themselves to imbue themselves with this kind of scent of, honey and lilac, but a bit of an undertone of an earthen kind of scent, something very heady and musky and strong. Just slight, just enough as you approach, and moves past all of these others surrounding him and walks right up to him and says, "You're surrounded by so many, but you look so unattended."
Maybe you could attend me then, says the Plutarch. And
I'll see what I can do.
reaches for your elbow. And then back in the present moment. Taz, it is your turn. The two of you. In the Duxor.
Having had this memory resurface, I am actually going to I'm gonna search for the same criteria I searched before in the memory, but not the just to get a beat on a person, and I'm gonna just kind of wander around the tables, and specifically, I'm looking for someone that's rolling well. It's clearly I want a winning streak. Hell yeah! But this front area, I'm sure Oash has plans being over at the bar and seeing talks. Okay, maybe a little big plans there, but let's see what's out here for the picking.
You already rolled well on your insight check, so I think that this is going to be the result instead of some kind of charisma check that Taz is putting forward, like how he can interact with people to determine that. So if you want to just give me straight charisma.
18. Wait, hold on. Actually, my charisma is... Yep, 18 plus 1.
Look at these goddamn rolls. 17, 20.
Literally, I'm gonna marry this die, other than the fact that it just gave me a 10. It's okay, I forgive you.
All right. So Taz, you're looking around some of these smaller tables, maybe just sort of like generally looking over. You give off a confidence that most people find interesting or intriguing. You act like you belong here. You know exactly how to maybe smile at a noble in a way that doesn't say I'm trying to look at your cards, in a way that doesn't say, I want something from you. Just we're both here because we belong here. So I think that your eyes light this time on a human woman who is sitting at the head of one of these smaller tables. There's like a circular game that they're spinning, and they keep like rolling salt orbs across it and passing them back and forth, and then just like chatting occasionally, some kind of roulette or something. And as you give her that like same smile, her like neutral expression that she's trying to hold breaks a little bit. She
In my head, I'm gonna say to Oash, and like describe the person I'm looking at. I'm just gonna go in for a chat, see what there's to find there.
Oash says, "Don't turn your back on me for too long."
Will do.
if you want to sit down at her table, even though there's a game already going on, she'll like nudge a seat.
Yes, that. Yep. Is there a way to position? Like, is how the table's set up? Can I, if I sit down right there, can I still like kind of glance and see Oash at the bar?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Let's
All right.
put you. I think you'd be right over here. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you position yourself there. Next is guards are still acting. You guys haven't failed any checks. You've done nothing suspicious so far. So Oash.
As I push this gold forward, very clearly
Mm-hmm.
kind of intimating I have the money to get into whatever you need, they will, because they are a bitch, cast Prestidigitation just to make it shine a little brighter.
Okay, then you can give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Not great at this. 15?
That's enough, especially with the amount of gold that you've put forward. The bartender, sort of a larger white guy with like some scruff of a beard, human, practiced gesture, sweeps the gold towards him as he was polishing this glass, sweeps it toward him and like sort of catches it with his apron a little bit to muffle the sounds of the coins, and then slides them down into some kind of slot or something that's under the bar. Says, points through the curtains, says, most interesting entertainment we've got is back there. Then he reaches under the bar. There's a click noise. Something falls into his hand, and he passes you, just like as he's like passing you your drink, sort of like under the bar napkin. He passes you some kind of interesting. This is actually plastic or something resembling plastic, which is rare. Some kind of like treated resin chip of some kind under your bar napkin. What's your ticket in?
How does the psychic link work? Is it only words, or does it transmit like ideas of images as well?
So my understanding from reading it is that it's only words, but
Okay.
You could describe them.
Then Oash will just say, as they step back past, they will say to the bartender, "Look for my friend, he's just behind me." And then we'll send to Taz, back room. You need a ticket. And we'll enter back.
Yeah, with your movement, you begin to step into the back room. The past
Hell yeah.
asserts itself.
I can't
Taz.
see it.
Taz, you sit down at this table next to this woman, and you are back in that bar, seated next to the tabaxi. As you're talking with him, he begins to start regaling you with some kind of complaint, some kind of story about someone who screwed him over. Seems like he would just have words to say to anyone who was sitting next to him. Like this is an anger that's been bubbling out of him for a while.
Mm-hmm.
As you look over, Philhiri, still talking to the bartender, glances, makes eye contact with you, shoots you a smirk, a little bit of a finger wave in thieves' cant, and says, "We're in."
I listen attentively
Mhm.
to this individual for a few more, like about another couple of minutes. And I think I'm pretty. I don't know how long I've been. Well, actually, never mind. I think at after a couple minutes goes by, I'll say, I have to check in with my sister, as I would call, and I just nod to Valhiri. Like we're both tieflings, so we're both
You've
part
told that before. You've told
Yeah.
that before.
Yes. But
Oh. I mean,
if
I was about
you-
to tell you how I gutted the bastard, but...
if you'll
Gutted the bastard.
if you'll hold on to that thought, I'll be back shortly, and we could continue this conversation somewhere a little more private.
Yes, that would be nice. Be fast. And you can stand up and go back over to Valhiri at the bar.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, I did not get any good information, but I do have plans after we're done here.
Plans without me.
I'm I don't know if I got the vibe of that one liking to share, but we could find out. Oh wait, and then I say, actually, no, we couldn't. I say, oh, I did the sister thing. No, we can't.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Ah, good catch. Keep making that same mistake. I think if we make our way downstairs, we might catch something interesting going on.
And I follow her lead in that.
And they step towards looks like sort of like a bathroom closet here in this dingy bar, and push their way through that door. And then back in the present, Darren is still paying attention with his blind sight, Matthias and Barden. The show begins in earnest. You can immediately tell these people are having the time of their life. And it's almost infectious. Like, yeah, everyone else in the audience here knows, because it's this theater, or people who are familiar with this theater know that it might not be the best show, but they're giggling through their opening lines, like, sort of swaying on the stage. The people in the back, some of the players who are making music, it's rowdy and loud, even if it is off tune. And they begin to tell the story of Feverfew and the worm. Hunting deep in the dry lands of the Bajau Desert, past the floral gardens of Sadaka, and the howling winds of the White Maze, among the rich reds of the wine dunes. Wine dunes. Sir Feverfew creeps. No, wait, she doesn't creep, does she? And then the orc sort of like creeps. No, she strides! And then she strides across the stage. She conceals her weapon, searching for the fabled monster. The dark worm of the sands. And then the other actors who are in the line of the worm, like, wiggle, and it wiggles ominously under the tapestry. And then they step out sort of onto the sand pit here. The worm, like, sort of circling around the apprentice who is narrating, and Feverfew, who is acting. Feverfew actor. Rumors, myths of a creature that lies below the sands, rears its head up to snatch members of the Astley, those who worship the Snake Mother, fallen prey to this dark worm, buried alive. Na-na-na. There's like an awkward chime from the music. Some of the audience go, buried alive! You know, it's Rocky Horror. People are participating in this.
Like a beat after Barda will also like, buried alive!
This is just jazzy Dune. This is free jazz Dune.
I mean, it's perfect for you.
Yeah. Then, as the howling winds pick up and the sun grows lower, the fabled knight hears a in the audience. And the worm. The night grows colder as Feverfew pulls her blade with an even louder hiss, hiss. And she pulls out the most dingy looking like prop weapon you've ever seen. It is like slightly bent. It's, you know, like just a slab of metal, a slab of like thin metal that's just been like beaten into shape, and it's like got, you know, leather wrapped around it. Doesn't even really have a handle, but she holds it up and everyone, the blade, the weapon. The musicians are like, da 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 da, the weapon.
It's just like Barda just watching and just going, she's laughing, but she's also patting the hilt of her sword, like.
But that story continues as the past reemerges. You are talking to the Plutarch. Oesh. First Rain, you can see every so often, you know, looking up, glancing past him. She's circling her way around. Her claws are out. She's not wearing any kind of boots. So occasionally sort of a scratching on the wood as she passes and makes her way through, not talking to anyone in the crowd, anyone who shoots her a glance. She is using an interesting technique in that she's allowed to use her strength for some charisma checks to pass as a bodyguard or to pass as someone who is hired muscle. So she's dressed well enough to pass, you know, like the suit. But so she's doing that, making eye contact with you. The dwarf has his hand on your elbow still. I don't know if I've seen you on one of these barges before. Are you participating in the auction?
I don't think I'm really looking at anything that they have for sale.
Little out of your price range, or other
Well,
interests?
Andoash's glittering smile dulls for a moment. And they say, if I have to be honest, sometimes I come to these things just to see things that I could never hope to have. But it's beautiful to see them, isn't it?
I would rather own them. His grip tightens on your elbow.
Ownership can be a trade.
He reaches into his own suit and he pulls out an embroidered handkerchief with an M, dabs at a bit of wine that's spilled into his silver beard, and just like drops it, and one of the other women who were standing around him just like catches it and tucks it into her pocket.
You're used to being obeyed.
Yes, obviously.
But wouldn't it be far more fun to have a bit of a challenge?
You can. No. His eyebrows furrow, but you can tell that this particular line of inquiry isn't quite working.
Okay.
Yeah.
They will adjust.
Mhm.
And after a moment, seeing that that's not working, will not abandon this line, but will say, I'm sure that many here are devoted to you.
Yes, as they should be for one of my standing. Someone coughs over your shoulder.
How is such a devotion earned?
Pulls out another handkerchief, unfolds it, coughs into it, and he's like disguising something that he's saying to you by coughing. Devotion is earned through sacrifice.
I will give you all the devotion you'd like for a small sacrifice.
And that one seems to hit. You finish that little message, little line, and then there's a ding, 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 and the boat begins to set off into the water as everyone has made their way on board. Some people begin to descend down the stairs. Rain is one of the first ones down. It says, "You could tell me more about that once we take our seats."
Will I be joining you?
You'll sit right next to me.
And I follow.
Back in the present, Taz, sitting next to this woman, beginning to pick up some of the intricacies of the game. Anything else you're doing?
Okay, so Vic. Okay, so I've never been to a casino. But like I've seen TV shows and crap, and I'm imagining like your standard setup of like all the orbs you've won and stuff are just chilling like in like a kind of space right there next to you, and then you're putting them out and pulling them in. And I guess I'd like to like start like kind of casually flirting with this woman, just like you piqued my interest, just the like I have a standard like line of things when I'm not doing it for real, but like not so much that it wouldn't feel like it was like I was talking to that person, but we'll want to like kind of eyeball how much we're talking about right now, and what they've made and what's like sitting next to them.
Oh, got it. Kind of a currency check thing. Interesting. So flirting. Let's call this one intelligence. Just straight intelligence.
I can do that. I'm a smart boy. Am I a smart boy? I'm a smart boy. Okay. 15.
Again, very, very good, especially with just an intelligence. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, got distracted for a second. Yeah, so as you're sort of like looking over, paying attention, picking up the rules of the game and the currency, this is considerably high stakes. Most of the pieces that they're using are worth about a platinum, so they're like rolling back and forth pieces of a platinum on this roulette table. You do see, like, since you're sitting right next to her and sort of like flirting with her good-naturedly, her poker face keeps dropping a little bit to like smile at you and respond in kind. She like takes out a platinum to roll it across, and you can see, like, you know, in the pouch that she has, that it is just bulging with more of those salt orbs. Continue flirting, 15 intelligence, and then you start to pick up just sort of like a pattern to what they're doing. It's like going kind of in a star pattern of who is rolling the platinum and how often the like spinning roulette will stop. And your intelligence tells you that there's something about this that is rigged or performative. That everyone here already knows who has won this game. You're just pretending to play it.
Okay. Okay. I think that might be my turn.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
All right. That is Taz, your turn. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Oish. You step in to the back room of the Cordial Duxor. This is a large table. Let me see, I'll pull you up into here. Here we go. You see shelves, a safe on the wall behind this table.
Ooh.
This table is spread out with cards inlaid with rich green velvet. It's made of wood. High-backed seats at the table. About 6 or 7 figures are sitting around it, rolling dice, chatting good-naturedly, glasses of wine that are actually on the card table. A pile of just gold bars and like large salt orbs that are sitting in the middle of it. You step in. There are 2 or 3 seats that are empty. It looks like they're sort of taking a pause or a break.
Weish will stride up, say to Darren, "Look alive, report back," and then say out loud, "What game are we playing?"
Few of them glance up at you. You see elves, tieflings, humans. And then a voice comes from someone who is facing away from you, sort of like the head of the table as you step in. It is called Sorft. He looks up towards you, and there's a pause, a beat, a moment where your heart drops out of your chest. Blue skin, elven ears, a dark suit with a red heart. And you make eye contact with Plutarch Simon Lovelace.
How is the game played?
Sit down and we'll deal you in.
She sits down.
They begin to pass you some cards, sipping on their wine. You can like slide your little plastic token onto the table. So you can see that everyone has their own little token that's set out in front of them. I'll call that your turn. Let's see. Next. Almost done here. Back in the past. Taz. You and Vilhiri step down. The lower half of this tavern that you're in, it was already hot above, but it is thick with heat down here. Even though you're in Abjor and it is a warm season, hearths, just like sort of set around this room. Feel yourself like sweating, even though you're used to it. Valkyrie sort of like whispers over their shoulder. I mean, I guess probably the right place for what we're looking for.
Must be.
Pushing your way into this room, mostly tieflings down here, which is good because the two of you fit in. They are playing some kind of game as well, very similar to what's happening in the present, which is what is reminding you of this. These dark wooden tables that have just like scratches etched into them. A bunch of them have like daggers out or knives, and they're like scratching things into this table. You see people like playing games, sipping drinks. And there are as well, like the door sort of shuts behind you guys, and there's a as you go down the stairs. People that are just kneeling by the hearths, staring into the fire. You can't really see their faces if they have horns or not, because they just all have these dark cloaks. The atmosphere in here is too casual, constructed casual, deliberately casual.
Are we thinking loud or quiet?
Speaking to Awaish.
Or to the theory.
Oh God, sorry, in the past.
Yep,
I am.
You're good. You're good.
You
In the past,
are.
I'm dying.
yeah. Valkyrie says, "Ooh, we can start quiet and get louder."
That works. Taz will go join one of the games that they're doing, the knife with the fingers, and just kind of slipping into the conversation. And Taz feels really comfortable in his ability not to like cut off a finger, so he's just doing a game where he's like, I don't have to pay attention to this, but it'll look weird if I'm not doing something, and it's just
yeah, with your kind of like your passive dex, yeah, of course, you're excellent at this. You sort of sit down, and Valkyrie takes a seat at another table, and you two begin to sort of fall into the rhythm of what is going on here, listening out. And you do think it's been a while to get you to this point, but supposedly this is one of the places that the Zahirat Syndicate has some of their members relax and take downtime. This is a cult that you too have been pursuing for a long time, a group that worships Bane in an older and darker form as the Lord of Sacrifice, as heat. The heat, the fires around you do suggest that there is some kind of nature of that worship here as well. Sitting, playing this game, you pick up that occasionally one of these members playing a game, one of these people who are sitting as they're drinking, will just reach into like a pocket or a plate that's sat on their lap, not on the table, and take something dark and dripping, put it in their mouth, and lick their fingers clean. But back in the present, here we are, Bias and Barden. Still watching the show. Audience getting more engaged. The players drunker. You think someone like underneath the worm blanket, there's like a movement of a jostle or an elbow, and then an empty bottle of wine just like rolls out from underneath.
Feel as though maybe we should have brought our own.
Yeah.
Is anybody else in the crowd drinking? Do I need to even ask that question? Is it everyone but us?
It's not everyone, but there are a bunch of people. Of course, there are guards who are like, watching and keeping an eye to keep it from getting too rowdy, but there's a disaster here every night. Yes. People are
Perfect.
drinking.
Look at that. How are your ears, by the way?
It's loud, but it's fine.
Barden like goes as if to. No, not gonna do that. just immediately backtracks. Just like no.
Sir Feverfew creeps through the desert, her sword raised, glowing with light. And one of the musicians like steps out with a torch and like steps onto the sand and is like holding the torch behind the actress. So it looks like, she's hallowed and glowing. That hiss grows louder. The sands shift. Some of the worm people kick up some sand. The people who are sitting on the benches, like closer to the audience, are like, "Hey!" And then, all of a sudden, a massive shape emerges at her feet. And everyone in the worm, like the back half, like squat down, and then the front half like raises, and someone steps on someone's knee, and they almost fall over until they are towering up above this actress, like stacking themselves up. A mass of dark flesh, dripping teeth, too many mouths, as the dark worm of the desert raises itself up over her. And someone in the audience goes, ah! There's a little bit of fright to this, even though it is a parody in a play. You're struck for a moment. That large dark shape looming over a single figure. That single light. It is cold tonight. But Sir Feverfew is never frightened. She is a killer of monsters. She is a hero, says the apprentice. And the actress raises that ugly blade. I'm a hero! As he slashes it through the tapestry. And all the players tumble down into the sand. The person at the head is still holding on to the front of it, rolls and then springs up in a very elegant spin, says, I'm going to eat you up and bury you alive under the desert. Buried alive, buried alive. I will have your head, says Sir Feverfew. And they begin to chase each other in circles around this amphitheater. The blade raised, the torchbearer, and the monster fleeing. And that is where we will end our session for today. Unfortunately, I had to cut this lovely scene short, but there is plenty more to come. We will see you back very, very soon.
Jesus Christ.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking around. I know we went long. Love you all so much.
So fun day.
Be sure to catch this episode on YouTube along with episodes from Tragedy of Theologian, as well as clips from both of our beautiful campaigns. Also, thank you so much to Soundtail for giving us vibes and music. Literally would not be able to do this without you. Appreciate you so much. If you don't have a copy, go grab yourself one. And also thank you to One More Multiverse for our beautiful, beautiful maps. And I think that's it. So thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Thanks for hanging out. Love you.
Say
Bye.
Where's the fucking goodbye screen? Hold on,
I
I can't
don't
find
know.
it.
That's not my job.
Oh wait, no, here it is. I got it. All right, bye everybody.